welcome back, everyone, and this is going on the YouTube and all that kind of good stuff. We're going to be getting back into our Survivor Man Challenge. For those who don't know the Survivor Man Challenge, basically the way this works is we started with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream. We were on a map that started with no buildings, so we've been just kind of running with that. Let's see. Rual, you said you accidentally messed up. You fired a shotgun at West Point and a character with 0 on every fitness stat. So you walk gradually out of town and you do nothing else. You leave. You no longer live there. That's the way that rolls. You walk away. Mamos Dragos during Ivan of the power, water storage. I should take a cold shower under a water hose, of course, with a bathing suit. Well, I mean, that assumes you have running water, which is a pretty big assumption. So yeah, so where we left off, I actually don't remember where we left off. What was I working on? Were we harvesting? No, I mean, I actually can't tell with any of these things. Were we plowing? I think we were plowing. Yeah, but yes, we were plowing. All right, so let me go ahead and just get this started real fast, and I can give the tour to show where we were at. We're just dealing with a limited time thing in game before the next day happens, so there you go. Let's see, strawberry and tomato or just strawberry? I've been making all three. I'm sure it's not strategically necessarily the best, but, you know, we have that. Here, we'll just use the truck to drive around. Alright, so when we started this run, I started with $0, a chainsaw, and then this bus. You now have a broken leg? How did you get a broken leg so quickly? What are you doing? But yeah, so we start with this bus. It's basically just a sleeping point. It's like the houses. They all function the same, but it looks all worn out, so it's thematically fitting. But we gave ourselves this truck just for the convenience of stream, because watching me carry one chunk of log all the way back to the sell point again and again would have absolutely not been anyone's idea of a good time. We did buy, originally we had 4 greenhouses, but we did discover that the greenhouses that came with the map were a little overpowered, so we ultimately got rid of them for the vanilla greenhouses. Because I generally don't mod very much. We have only one mod other than the map, but I've since stopped using any of the modded buildings. But the greenhouses are producing stuff. As you can see, we got a bunch of piled over there for when we can sell it in, I believe, February is when it does the best. All the roads you see, other than the dirt road that goes to the sell point, I've placed down myself. So we got this gravel road. We've got here a paver road. But we are planting wheat on the left there. It's just... Right now, it's just plowed. Over there on the right, you know, this was a wheat field. We've got that plowed. We built ourselves a granary and all that good stuff. And we got a bunch of random equipment. If it looks like I have a bunch of budget equipment that you're like, why did you buy that? Because we have no money. That's the gist of the run. We also have ourselves a nice little bakery over here. That's done well. Don't mind the giant mountains of straw here. It's totally fine. And another wheat field. So we've got all this stuff built up, and it's been going pretty well. We are looking at upgrading our equipment. For those who missed the last stream, the big purchase, we had wanted to get the header for the harvester, but when we did, it did not work. So we kind of mulliganed it, just reloaded our save and undid that. And instead we got the forger wagon there that we've been picking up the straw from the harvester to supplement our income. It'll probably make itself worthwhile eventually. I don't even know what you're doing, tractor. But there's that whole thing. You went into house to try and shake a horde and then somehow broke your leg jumping out the upstairs. Oh yeah, no, you'll break your legs if you jump out of second story windows in Product Zomboid. What are you doing, NPC? Alright. First, NPC, you're fired. Because... what the actual anything? But yeah, no, generally when you're in some place like West Point, you don't try and shake the zombies. If you've alerted that many, you walk away. And you just keep walking. And you just keep walking until there's no more zombies following you. You don't try any clever tricks or silly stuff or anything like that. You have served yourself an eviction notice, and you smile, you grin, you bear it, and you walk away. You get safe, and then the next day you go back and start working your way back to wherever you call home. Like, yes, you get separated from your base, and that sucks, but being greedy and trying to keep that stuff is how you die. I say this from personal experience. This isn't me being like, oh, look at the player being greedy. That's the thing. Are you allowed to sell buildings you don't use anymore? Yeah, I certainly can. The only rule I gave myself was I'm not allowed to sell the truck. Because I gave that to myself, and most people who do the 0 to hero don't give themselves the truck. Usually they give themselves a crappy tractor with a wagon. But since the truck is actually worth like 10,000 or whatever to sell back, well, at least it was, for purposes of making it more efficient, just for making it more entertaining for stream, then that's fine. But if I sold it back, then it would be a cheeky way to, you know, just instantly give myself $10,000 to bypass some of the progression. And don't get me wrong, I know it's easier said than done to evade the zombies in Project Zomboid in those situations. But it is, like, honestly, trying to stay stubborn and hold your base is one of the things that gets people killed, myself included, the most. That, like, you kind of have to know when to pick your battles and be like, alright, this battle, the zombies won this round. It's time for me to leave, and I will just chisel away at them until I can get back to my home. Or you find a new home. I've certainly had to do both those. Venus had to do those. We kept getting run out of places because while I was killing the zombies, not at the speed that they're getting thrown all over the place by the helicopters. Alright. Despite my better judgment, I'm going to hand this to the AI for a minute, and I'm going to quickly mute my mic. I'm going to finish my dinner, and we're going to get on to that. So sorry for the people who are checking this out on YouTube, watching the recording later, where I'm like 5 minutes in, and quickly eating some dinner and all that. It is just a thing that the timing with my stream is it does end up being a thing going that. Let's see, it's going to take some work. Don't limp your way out of West Point. Find somewhere safe. Yeah, well, that's the whole reason, like, yeah. I mean, if you get cornered, you had to be, like, you got run through a building and jump out. I've been there. That's understandable. But generally speaking, when you're in that situation where you have more zombies than you want, you don't do anything fancy. You walk away. You don't cut through corners, jump fences, unless you absolutely have to. You walk away and you just keep walking. No, I know Strider, or sorry, Dragos. I caught that part. I was like, but why jump through window? That was the confusing part. Man, I hate how terrible the AI is at running the plow. We'll get a cultivator soon enough. Will be dying to learn? Yep. This is the way of Zomboid. Correct. Everyone dies a lot in Zomboid when they start. Alright, I'm gonna eat my food and I'll be right back. Alright. Dinner is all done. Did you do a good job? Good job, AI. You're still fired. But, good job. I'll give you a good review. But, let's see, you're eating a can of Pringles? Alright, that's a totally fine snack. You ate some pumpkin cheesecake ice cream. That sounds delicious. Alright. Yeah, so I need to get these fields plowed. So the downside with getting the forager wagon is it did delay us on getting a better seeder. But we will ultimately be making more money from it, so you know, it's kind of one of those, there's good and bad with it. Alright, I'm gonna have to clean that up, that's fine. We'll just do a quick pass now and just deal with it. Okay, I mean, we don't know... Oh, you're just saying you have gotten vanilla ice cream? Vanilla could be fine. I generally prefer something a little bit more involved than just vanilla, though. Just cleaning up my miss spot. Alright. Like, I would much rather have, like, mint chocolate chip or something like that, personally. If I got my pick. There's not many flavors of ice cream that I'm like, nah, man. Like, I'm not a fan of, like, the coffee ice creams or whatever, because I don't like coffee. But, generally speaking, well, I certainly have my preferences. You know, they're all pretty solid. Okay. Yeah, mint chocolate chip was like, uh-huh. There's, I'm not gonna say the name of the place. There's a place, it's not nearby, it's actually fairly inconvenient. But there is a place not too far away that we can go that their whole thing is they do all sorts of weird ice cream flavors. I mentioned them before. But they do stuff like that, an ice cream flavor that was like olive oil, and you hear that and you go, olive oil? It was mostly vanilla, but it had like a bit of olive oil with it as well. It was surprisingly good. But they do all sorts of like weird combinations that you'll usually have a whole bunch of like really good. You'll have something like, okay, like I'm happy I had this experience. Would I order again over like what my regular is? No. But it was something fun to do for something different. Alright. Okay, we got this going on. So we already did the largest field. This is the second largest field. We're just a little under halfway done. Then we got the two smaller fields. Then we do a round of fertilizing the fields. That won't take very long at all. After that, the next in-game day, I believe, we seed the fields. That'll take time. And honestly, actually, if we fertilize the fields today, and I don't even have to worry about, like, the next in-game day, we could, like, cut loose the tractor with the AI to start seeding, and we could go and just do the fertilizing in all the rest of the fields, because we'll have fertilized it, a day will have passed, and then we'll fertilize it again. That should go pretty solid. I need to look up what the achievements are for Farm Sim, because like I said, they just give you a message like, yes, I need all of these, is like the text for an achievement. And you're like, all of these what? And you assume it's like farm equipment, so it's probably something like having 10 tractors or something like that. But is it specific tractors? Is it having multiple of the same tractors? Like, what is the achievement? Because I do like to achievement hunt, and I can't realistically do that if I don't know what I'm supposed to do. So, it is a thing we're gonna just have to look up. I'm being too greedy with each pass, trying to go wide, and I keep missing spots, which means I have to do like an extra mini pass. So I'm not saving any time at all. Okay. You know what I should do? I should shorten the field like he keeps saying I'm going to. What I mean by that is where that rock is, I want to just kind of like cut the field about 2-3 meters shorter, which does cut into the amount of produce I get out of it, but it means I don't have to deal with that rock so far as the AI not knowing how to deal with it, so I have to clean up its work. And for myself, like when I get to the rock, I have to do like all sorts of like weird like wiggles around it and all that to get around it. Or, you know, do all these cuts this way and then plow the other direction for, like, that last little bit. I'm gonna leave it alone for right now, which is what I've done the last 10 times. But someday I should fix it. There we go. The other big downside, though, is I could have the AI doing this while I go grab the truck to fertilize with, or vice versa. Unfortunately, right now, this is my only tractor that can run both those things, because we are doing a challenge, so it just... Money is a big hurdle I have to constantly climb over. And all that good stuff. So that is the pain that it be. What I'm gonna probably do on this next pass is I'm gonna take 2 seconds. Like we're gonna keep the game up. I'm gonna take 2 seconds, gonna quickly grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. And I know that's like the second time I had to step away real fast. You know, just bad timing is bad. But yeah, so it's by this rock. I wanted to take this end of the field, the whole end of the field there. Stop. That's what I want. And just like cut. It's gonna be like a pretty decent amount. It's gonna be like probably around the same distance as the front of the granary. So we will lose a good 5% or so of the field's length. Alright, so I'll be back in just a minute, so I do apologize about this again, but I'll be back here in just a second. Thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back.
Kill them all.
Okay, sorry about that. That should be the last time I step away for a while. It's also, there was something I thought of that, like I said, tomorrow, it was the earlier thing where I was like, oh, right, tomorrow's my day off now because my schedule's all changed. Well, thank you, Nick. Like, my wife's back on her old schedule, which is where I had Thursdays off, and we were temporarily on a new schedule where I had Saturdays off because she was on a different schedule. But now that she's back, so I haven't adjusted, like, my internal, like, oh, it's getting ready to be my day off kind of thing. But it reminded me that there's something I wanted to be like, hey, you know, do you want to do this on our day off? And so I was just running that past her before it got too late. Because I'll be up later than she would. So I need a new drink. It's a good time to deal with that. Plus, you know, she had a little bit of a tough day today. Not like a huge eventful thing. It was one of those days where there was a task she needed to do that should have been simple 5 minutes, but there was something mechanically broken. So it did not take 5 minutes so much as like 5 hours, and it wasn't technically done when she left because they were still dealing with it. And her manager's like, don't worry about it. So it was just one of those days that should have been a quick and easy thing. Just everything conspired against getting it done. And imagine a lot of people have probably been there where it's like, okay, I just need to run this backup or whatever. This is me using IT example. She works in water. But it's like, okay, I just need to run this backup. It's a nice little backup. Only going to take 5, 10, 15 minutes. And then, like, you know, a hard drive fails or something, and you're just going through this whole process of, like, troubleshooting one problem after another after another. It's like, this is just for a stupid backup. Like, I need it in case something does go majorly wrong. But this should have been 5, 10 minutes. This should not have been my entire afternoon. But she said they had difficulty priming a pump to get it to run. The pump was just not willing to work. And it's all installed infrastructure, so it's not like she could just grab a different pump and run with it. But they kept fixing stuff, and then trying it, and fixing stuff and trying it, so it was a long day for her. Or you can go with the classic, 10% of the work takes 90% of the time, and 90% of the work takes 10% of the time. Think about it. Yeah. Yeah, like that's part of the reason I was on break a little bit longer was she was venting a little bit. And, you know, just being supportive. I know I've had to vent about that, not priming a pump, but that exact scenario of this shouldn't have taken nearly as long as it wound up taking. It's like when I was doing my own car maintenance, and you go, oh, I'm just gonna do I'm gonna do an oil change or swap a starter or something, you know, little job. You just have 2 or 3 things you do. You wait a little while, you do 1 or 2 things, and it's done. Like a starter, for those who don't know with car maintenance, for most cars, it's 2 bolts and a cable is all it takes to replace a starter. It's really, really easy. It's a very low effort task. And you sit there and you start, cool, and you go to loosen the bolt on the starter that, you know, the dealership installed the last time. And you start, like, you just turn the bolt a little bit and the head shears off. You just kind of stare at it for a minute going, well, that just went from a 5-second nothing job to now I gotta drill out this bolt. I've got to potentially retap something, and it just became a whole big thing. Like, this should not have been nearly this much of a problem. I mean, you don't go straight to drilling it out. There's things where you can actually get it where it's, I believe it's reversed thread. You can actually try and drill into the bolt, and then the idea is it catches at a certain point, and then, you know, if it's got enough grip, it should be able to try and pull the body of the bolt out, whatever you call the threaded part. I actually don't know. And then if that doesn't work, that's when you get to the thing where, you know, you drill the centerpiece of the bolt out minus the thread, and then you have a tap, which is just the thing that kind of goes through and tries to clean up the thread to get all the bits of bolt out of it and all that. And hopefully you don't have to go tapping the thread where you make it a larger thread size, because now your bolts wouldn't match anymore. And that happens, but is a huge pain when it does, so you really try to avoid it. The night you work from home, for you it's when the power is out or the internet stops working? Oh yeah, for when I was doing the recording online courses, because while I was in office at first for that, it went from in office most of the time. It would be what we consider hybrid now, but it was like remote. I think it was 2 days a week, in office 2 days or 3 days a week. And then eventually went fully remote when they decided they're going to close the physical office at our location, because the company had acquired a bunch of different companies, and so they're just getting more and more offices, and they had what they said was their strategic on getting the office, but you scratched your head and going, you're closing your offices, so like the major tech hubs, like you're working in techs. And you're trying to say, like, recruiting is an important part, and you're closing a bunch of your tech hub offices for offices in places that, like, no offense to Utah, but while they can market the whole Silicon Slopes all they want, they do not compete with the other big tech incubators in the world. And there's no, like, they have good tech companies there and all that, and there is good talent there, but if we're talking, you're trying to position yourself strategically to finding talent. Places like, you know, Boston, Silicon Valley, New York, Michigan has a tech hub. I don't know if Atlanta is still one. I know they were going that way, but then they passed a law because it was specializing in cybersecurity, and then they passed a law that made pen testing just shy of illegal in Georgia. And I remember that was a whole debacle about what they were going to do, because they built this entire industry and then basically made the industry illegal. So I'm not sure where that ultimately ended up. But I know they were starting to become a tech hub. But Silicon Valley is a tech hub. At least it was. Yeah, people willing to live in Utah narrows. Oh, that was a big problem we ran into, Butte. As I mentioned, they closed a bunch of offices, but they kept the one in Salt Lake City open. And for a lot of them, they said, hey, you need to relocate to Salt Lake City. We lost a lot of good people when that came up, because convincing people to leave places like Boston for Salt Lake City, nothing wrong with either city, by the way. But you're talking a very distinct difference in culture there. There were not many people who were willing to make that switch, is the way I will phrase it. Which at the time, we were hiring very aggressively, so where nowadays you see that and you're like, oh, you're doing a layoff, but you know, you're trying to lay people off without laying people off by making the working situation like untenable or whatever. Like, no, it was very legitimately the company had way too many offices in way too many places, and so I need to get rid of them. There's just some jobs, like there's a lot of jobs you can work remotely, and there's some jobs that don't go as well. Like, you know, customer service, in-person kind of customer service jobs obviously can't be remote. If you're talking about people working water treatment where you have to actually go through and do measurements and all that, you obviously have to be there in person. People taking care of animals, you have to be there in person. Like all those service jobs, you do have to be on location. It's stuff like engineering, software development, art, copywriting. All those jobs, like, be in person? No, it's not necessary. Let's see. Rual, you're happy you just bought some cookies and cream ice cream? Cookies and cream is good. It's not my number one. But cookies and cream, like, very genuinely, I go after, like, okay, most of the time, I will grab mint chocolate chip. There are definitely times where I'll see an interesting flavor that I'll be, alright, well, I'm gonna get that because that's different or weird, or, you know, you go someplace and it'll have, like, pineapple ice cream, like a Dole Whip style ice cream kind of thing. You'll be like, alright, you know what? This isn't something I can get very often. It won't be official Dole Whip because that's Disney only. Well, actually, no, I think it no longer is Disney only. You were looking for mint chocolate chip, though? And they didn't have it? How dare they? Do they even know who you are? Kind of a big deal. We have Dole Whip all over the place here. Yeah, so Dole Whip used to be a thing that it wasn't only available at Magic Kingdom and Disneyland, but there was a very short list of places you get it. But I think it was it was a while back now. But whatever exclusivity agreement, or I don't know what they had going on there, that went away, so they started selling it more places. They still don't sell it in a lot of places. It doesn't surprise me they sell it in Hawaii, since, you know, it's one of the main places you get pineapples from. So it makes sense. I also have no idea where Dole, as a company, is based. Like, actually based, not where their headquarters is. Gotcha. So it might be that Dole, if not headquarters there, has like major operations. It wouldn't surprise me at all. That's not what I wanted. I wanted it to. It's fine. Because like I said, I don't genuinely know where Dole has like its various things. Like, obviously they get pineapple primarily, you know, they'd be from Hawaii. There are other places in the world you can get pineapple from, but Hawaii is kind of the big one. But you know, like, I don't know if they just do the thing where they make it into ice cream right there. I don't know if they ship the pineapple somewhere. I don't know if there's like an intermediary where like they take the pineapple, they make it into like pineapple syrup, and then they ship the syrup around. I have no idea the operation Dole has. Columns A, B, and C. Sorry about that. And for anyone who has not had Dole Whip, which is a pineapple, it's I'm saying ice cream, it's more of a sherbet. But if you never had it, it's actually pretty good. Even if you're not huge on pineapple, if you don't like pineapple, like you straight up don't like it, it's probably not going to do your thing. Flavor-wise, not texture-wise, just to be clear. But the pineapple sherbet is pretty solid. Like I said, I don't know what they technically consider it, but to me, if I were to say, you know, someone's like, is it ice cream? Is it sherbet? Is it gelato? I'd be like, it's sherbet. Italian ice, which it is definitely as far from that, because Italian ice is usually pretty dense by comparison to the others. Where they give you like the little wood spoon. I actually really like Italian ice. I haven't had it in years. So you just saw Spider-Man. You see a spider on your wall? It started shuddering at the sight of spider. You don't know how much caused it? I don't have a problem with spiders in general. Like, there's a bunch of things that people generally consider creepy, like snakes and spiders and stuff like that. Like, don't get me wrong, if I'm not expecting it, it'll startle me. But that's very different, like being actually afraid from being like, oh crap, oh wait, never mind, it's a little daddy long legs, it's not gonna do anything. Like those don't bother me. I think a big part of it is just having drilled into my head from people. It's like, you know, you can have snakes or rats. You want snakes. You may not like snakes, but between these two, you want snakes. Snakes generally don't cause property damage and a whole bunch of other stuff. Generally, not entirely true. For the most part, with the exception of like one or two specific breeds of snakes, snakes are usually super chill and mostly want to just mind their own. About the only time you get yourself in trouble with them is if you start nosing into their business or you surprise each other. You know, i.e. you step on it or something. Again, one or two exceptions. There are one or two types of snakes that are aggressive. Very specifically, there's ones called water moccasins, also known as cottonmouth. That particular breed of snakes is aggressive as heck and territorial. Those can go die in a fire. They're they're like if someone just took a snake and said, what if it was angry? And that's what it is. But other than that, versus like rats on the other hand, they'll get into your food and, you know, make a mess of things. They'll leave you surprises. You can figure out what that is. They breed like heck. And all that kind of stuff. And like they'll chew up your wires or chew holes in your walls and all sorts of stuff. Rodents in your house that are not like domesticated things you keep in fixtures or whatever, they can be a bad time. I don't think that's anything to do with being European. Generally speaking, regardless of where you're from, if you have a rat in your house and it's not a pet, you're not going to put up with it. You're either going to call an exterminator, or you're going to try and shoot it out of the house yourself, or whatever. You're going to get a bunch of traps. Like, you'll get rid of it. There's a reason we don't keep, you know, where people are not cool with, like, rats in their homes. I mean, literally one of the largest plagues to ever hit humanity, the bubonic plague, was fleas on rats as their transmission method. Among other things. It wasn't the exclusive method. Yeah, no, I mean, I get that, Dragos. But it's, you know, it's just as true here. If I were to walk downstairs and there was just this big old rat sitting in the middle of my kitchen when I got down there, I would be either putting up traps or calling someone or something. I actually don't know which approach I'd take, but I'd be dealing with it. I fortunately don't have to deal with that so much because I live by a greenbelt, and I'm more likely to find a snake sitting in my kitchen. Hasn't happened yet, because I'm good about keeping my doors closed and all that, but that is a far more likely thing, is for me to just go down and have some, like, big garter snake or whatever, just, you know, garter or indigo or something just chilling in there, which, with that answer, all I would do is go to the door, open it, and make noise on the other side of the snake from the door to persuade it perhaps it doesn't want to be there anymore. And most likely, the snake would nope out. If that doesn't work, all you do is you take a stick, put a hook on the end of it, and more or less you just poke the snake away. Because again, the snake wants nothing to do with you. It wants to be left alone. And the reason you put the hook on the end of it is you have a way... When I say hook, it's not like to stab it or something. It's just something where if the snake tries to, like, strike at you, you're giving it something to go after instead of you. And then you can, like, fish it. And a lot of times it'll, like, wrap up because, you know, constrictors and all that. There's other ways to deal with them, too. There's nets. There's a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, if you're popping off in your kitchen a firearm at a rat, what you're doing is you're putting a hole in your floor. Yes, the rat will be gone, but now you have a floor to repair. This Night Alert says, I've only had one mouse in my apartment. You introduced it to my corn snake. Yeah. And this isn't to be judgy of people who are afraid of rats or snakes or whatever, you know. The whole thing is when someone has a phobia, like literally by definition, it is a, what's the exact verbiage? It's not illogical. Irrational, that's the word I'm looking for. A phobia is an irrational fear. Being afraid of something that's actually dangerous is called rational. If you live in an area that's got bears and being afraid of a bear, that's just sound advice. But when it's something like a little daddy longlegs, which is a spider that physically cannot bite you, its mandibles are just too short. And then, you know, going into an absolute panic seeing it, you know, that's a form of paranoia. That's, you know, it's an irrational fear. most people who do suffer from paranoias are aware it's irrational, but it doesn't stop the brain from going, you know what? How would you like adrenaline? How would you like a big old bottle of adrenaline into your bloodstream? So while the fear is irrational, it's still real. And like you, after the fact, will look and go like, why am I afraid of that? And be frustrated about it. Like, you may not like it, but like being afraid of stuff, that's a thing that happens. And for the record, the whole, well, you know, we'll just put them in a room with a snake and they'll get over it, like that kind of, you know, toughen up thing. Yeah, no, what you've done is you've done what's called trauma. Don't do that. That's the last step in treatment. You do the other 30 steps first, where you get people comfortable with it, you help work them through whatever the thing that is causing this fear, if possible, and you get to the point where you get a certain amount of comfort where they can be around it, and then it's like, okay, we've done all of these things to tackle this. We think you're in a good place now. Now we'll put you in the room with the snake. Once we feel very good that everything else, and we're going to be ready to pull you right back out of that room the moment things go not good, if we need to, you know, go back a little bit and figure it out. Yeah, no, the strawberries produce twice as fast as the other two, I believe. But the downside is they're not worth a whole lot. Like, the lettuce is worth the most, but it grows the slowest. The tomatoes are in between, and then the strawberries grow the fastest, but worth the least. Let's see, though your wordage on my way of getting rid of Rod, it's a bit colorful. Yeah. Storge said, funny, you went to a therapist as a kid and was terrified of needles and pins. So she threw a bunch on the ground and made me go fishing for them with a magnet? I hope we've come a long way since then in therapy. I was actually sitting there, it's like, okay. Like, for me, it's like, okay. If it's just, like, needles in general, yeah, that's a terrible time. Like, that person should literally be facing borderline, like, malpractice. Now, if it was like you're scared of needles when a doctor is holding it, you know, to use it, it's like, okay, I could see that, like, taking the thing out of the context it scares you and be like, it's a thing, whatever. But yeah, no, just like straight up, just, you're afraid of this? You know, here, pick it up. Like, you don't like rats? Here's a rat. Hold it. So I would like to now be liking to report this doctor for malpractice, because that's what that is. You're pretty sure you're close to hysterical? Yeah, no, that definitely... It's actually been proven a lot of times when you take that approach, it farther ingrains the fear of the thing, as opposed to make it better, because now you've been taking it from just an irrational fear to now it is an irrational fear with trauma. Yay! Definitely improved, I guess. But yeah, no, like I said, usually the way we approach it nowadays, and I'm not an expert in this. This is my understanding from just, you know, doing college study in psychology and then like various other just hobbyist out of interest research. I will not treat people. It would be, one, it'd probably be unlawful, but two, it'd be absolutely unethical and immoral for me to, because I wouldn't know what I'm doing. But, like, it is a thing where you go, okay, well, here's things adjacent of the fear, slowly work through it, slowly talk your way through what the fear is, and try and get the person into a better and better place until they start seeming to be, like, ready to face their fear kind of thing. And it's only after all of that do you go, okay, like, are you comfortable if we take the next step of actually having you, you know, if you're a person that is afraid of cats, are you comfortable with us bringing you in the room with a cat? And only after you give the thumbs up do they do that. And they make sure, like, in that case, they'd probably have a person holding the cat, and you might go up and pet it. But if at any point it's very clear that you're struggling kind of thing, like it's really not going well, then the person with the cat would leave the room. Like, it's not you try and get the person to be around the cat longer and longer, not unless it's going mostly well. Let's see, whenever you get blood, you pass out at the sight of your own blood, but at the same time, you bandage pops with a lot worse, some blood work. So there's two different phenomena, and I don't remember the name for them, but there is one phenomena where, like, you hear about, like, people who have the problem with the sight of blood just in general, but there's also, like, two, like, subtypes of that kind of thing, where there's one that you're fearful of, like, the sight of blood or injury of yourself, and there's another one that you're fearful of the sight of blood or injury of another person. But, like, the other one doesn't bother you. So, like, genuinely speaking, well, I obviously don't like to see my own blood for a whole mess of reasons. Like, that doesn't really bother me, because I could look at that and be like, I have a pretty good idea of how badly I'm injured. Even if it's, like, really, really bad, my arm is on the floor, and the rest of me is not. I mean, realistically, due to loss of blood pressure, I would probably black out. But, assuming that weren't the case, like, in that scenario, I could kind of be like, okay, these are the things I need to do. Obviously, I've never experienced that one, but I've had some pretty good bang-ups that, when it's like, okay, I'm hurt, as best I can guess, this is where I'm at, here's the procedure of what I should be doing now, and all that. When someone else is injured, I will do my best to do the same thing, but, like, I am on full blast adrenaline panic kind of mode, just trying to, like, force my way through it. Because, sure, I can look at it externally, but I don't know how much pain they're in, I don't know if they're feeling lightheaded, I don't know if they're at these things. Like, obviously, if they answer those questions, great. But, like, it's much harder for me to assess another person and really have a feeling going, what, like, how bad is this? Is this, like, person, like, on the very edge of just screaming because they physically cannot handle the pain, or blacking out, or, like, that. And, again, I'm not a medical professional. Maybe if I had a lot of practice in medicine, it wouldn't be so bad. But as with things. That said, the times I have had to render first aid, while limited, I've done fine, but it was definitely where I can be kind of withdrawn and being like, hey, here's what we do, we go through the process. Because, like, I've cut my hand, like, really bad before, and that kind of thing, where it's like, okay, we're cut really bad, the first thing I need to do is do whatever I can to stop the bleeding, like, wrap it up, whatever you gotta do. In that case, I happen to have, like, a full first aid kit, so, I put, like, a proper bandage, gauze it up, like, really kind of covered up as best I could, knowing that it was, like, probably going to need stitches, and they had, like, a glue stuff or whatever, but it was like, I'm cut bad, I need to get this under control. This is the steps, here's whatever. And, like, while I was certainly not thrilled about it, but I was like, panicking makes this worse. Just work through it, here's the steps, the steps, like, go through it, you've had this drilled into you. And that's just because of working around machinery, having the safety courses, and then having previously had first aid certification. Like, I did it. It's not like I failed in any way, but you're supposed to re-up it so often, and I haven't done so. I don't know how long it lasts. I want to say it's like 3 years after you do, like, your first aid training, you're supposed to, like, re-up it. I don't remember, but it's been way over that. But, might be much longer. Either way, no matter what it is, it's been over a decade, so I haven't re-upped it. Because I don't have to worry about first aid nearly as much sitting at a computer in software development. It's not... People getting seriously injured at a computer in software development is not a normal day-to-day thing. But, like, you used to have CPR training I usually kept up. I haven't kept up with it, all that. Now it's as the brain goes, oh my god, hull damage, fluid leaks, shutdown sequence initiated. Well, no, it's like when you have a serious injury like that, it's literally the blood pressure goes down, and your brain goes, nope, need more oxygen, night-night. Night-night. That's when you're in danger. Let's see. You're terrified of needles, deep water, and thunder. So I mean, obviously I'm terrified of things that make sense. Like, if someone points a gun in my face, I'm not going to be the chillest person about it. Because that is a very, very credible threat. That isn't paranoia. That is expletive. There's a gun pointing in my face. So stuff like that, obviously. But I don't have anything that I would sit there and go like I am afraid of, and you know, I wish I was not afraid of. Because I don't wish I was not afraid of guns, because being afraid of things can be very important for your survival. Looking at something that is obviously a dangerous situation and being like, "Nah, that's fine," is not indicative of a long and healthy lifespan. Looking at a cliff and being like, "You know what? I can jump across that." Is not how you live a long, happy life. That is how you do something really dumb and shorten your life considerably. Or do very significant harm to yourself. But I'm not a fan of needles. I don't like getting needles. But at the same time, you know, I get vaccinated and I donate blood. Well, actually, I've been pretty bad about donating my blood. But generally, I donate blood. I need to donate blood. I used to be very consistent about it, and I haven't been. Not out of fear or anything like that. Mostly because I forget to do it for a while, and then, you know, then it doesn't happen. And then you go, man, it's been a year. Oh, right. It makes a good TikTok video, I guess. Oh, man. That's, a lot of the platforms have not been good about. Some of them are getting better about like dangerous or otherwise like not good, you know, habits, trends, whatever you want to go with. You know, like where they're doing like the whole cinnamon challenge where you're like supposed to drop, I can't remember if it's a teaspoon or a tablespoon or whatever, of cinnamon in your mouth and try and swallow whatever. And then people are like actually having, like actually it's like it can be very dangerous for you. It's very easy to choke. Like, I wish they were a lot better about those kinds of challenges that are actually dangerous, that they're like, don't do this, your account will be suspended. Like, that'll be just it. Your account will be done. If you do something that's pretty straightforward dangerous. Like, the ice bucket challenge, whatever. Yes, under extreme chances, it can be dangerous if you have, like, a weakened health state. But generally, it's just very unpleasant. Eating something that's really spicy, generally just unpleasant. How's it dangerous? So when you have that, it's, you know, cinnamon's actually like a fairly dry, like a fairly powdery, dry substance. So if you end up like trying to swallow it, because, you know, you're sitting there, you're like coughing or whatever. I'm trying to remember, because I know part of it is it can get into your lungs and that's bad. But I want to say it's like actually that it could get stuck in your throat, like as kind of a mask, because as it picks up moisture, it becomes this globby. And you choke on it kind of thing, is I think what it was. But it is just, it's kind of a thing that it becomes a respiratory problem. I just don't remember the specifics of what it was. It's just been too long since anyone's been doing it. And it's kind of one of those issues that once you're having that situation, unless you have someone on hand to, you know, give you CPR or whatever the proper treatment is, it can be that. Oh yeah, I don't think it was, I mean, there's that too, Nihai Lord, but that's just like the consumption of cinnamon. We're talking about the actual challenge where you take a spoonful of it and just dump it into your mouth and like try and swallow it as fast as you can or whatever it was. But it could cause you to go into a coughing fit. And it was something about the coughing fit that it would make you choke on or whatever. So Rual, was the other thing you were thinking of the vasvolgal reflex? Quick Google, I think is the term. Injuries, blood, seeing needles go in, not good. Heart rate spikes, then your body drops the blood pressure to protect itself, and then you faint. Speaking from personal experience. Gotcha. Thank you for clarification. Like, I just know it's a thing that when people get hurt, you know, blood pressure drop, a sudden blood pressure drop can absolutely cause the body to just black you out. I didn't know the specifics of why. I said, you know, denying oxygen to brain because that's where my mind assumes. But I could easily have that wrong. Versus what you're saying is like, it is... Gotcha. So it's right. So it's effectively a paranoia response, but the body's paranoia response basically is to shut down, which happens with a lot of fears. Your body goes into a response that it can shut down, or it can cause you to have an adrenaline rush. Like, you know, different expressions. But interesting, actually having the terms in some of the things. You love cinnamon? Like, that's the thing. The cinnamon challenge, it wasn't that you were eating cinnamon. Like, that's not the big issue. Like, there could be health problems and all that. That's probably absolutely true, because it is a sugar, and there is lots of health problems, you know, with eating too much sugar. But it was that specifically the thing of taking a big old spoonful and shoveling into your mouth all at one go was the issue, and it was something respiratory. I don't remember the specifics. I can't remember if it got into your lungs, it would cause pneumonia. I can't remember if you would physically choke on it. But it was a thing that you could actually get yourself into a potentially deadly situation with it. But it is, again, taking like a big old spoon, it's like a full tablespoon or something, and then trying to like toss it back real fast. But a bunch of platforms started, you know, they would start saying like, this isn't permitted here, it's self-harm, and you're not allowed to do it. And I personally am on board with that. Like, not because of that challenge specifically, but any of those challenges that, you know, it's not that you have to be in, like, a really bad state of health for it to be dangerous, but they can just be dangerous in general, that to detour that thing, like that type of behavior. Yeah, so you're saying basically the fear response causes your body to drop its blood pressure, you know, adrenaline pops, all that sort of stuff, heart rate spikes, because that's what I'm assuming causes the heart rate spike, is the adrenaline. And then that spike down in blood pressure causes you to black out. Which makes sense. All that checks out. But yeah, and then there's the eating our stuff you're not, like, is not actually edible and all that. Yeah, fear response, not blood loss. Yeah. So you're talking about, like, the needles and all that. Alright, so we're going to repair ourselves, then it's time to fertilize our fields, and that'll be all we have to do for this in-game day, and we'll be ready to move stuff forward. Unless you had a similar instance when you were in high school during a challenge in church youth group. We had to swallow a packet of dry Kool-Aid, inhaled some of it, coughed, and felt like fire in your lungs for hours. Yeah, so it is, I believe it had to do with that, was that it was getting it into your lungs. And then the danger is, because you are getting a substance that was never meant to be in your lungs, it created a significant pneumonia risk. Because all pneumonia is it ends up being, you know, stuff getting trapped in your lungs that's not supposed to. Usually water is the cause, that you just get like water vapor or water itself in your lungs or other liquids. But what ends up happening is that has like bacteria and all sorts of other stuff on it, so you get like an actual like bacterial infection in your lungs, which is really bad. You need those to breathe. And so, like, don't get me wrong, you can get over pneumonia, but pneumonia can be deadly. It's not a thing you want to invite. Alright, when was the time I want to sell the straw? Something like December? Okay, it's early January, end of December. Now, if we see rain on the calendar, we stop what we're doing and we sell the straw. Because once the rain starts showing up, it getting rained on will start costing us. Because it'll ruin some of the straw. Yeah, okay. I was thinking whether or not I need to deal with the bakery real fast. I think we're fine. Alright, we still actually have enough fertilizer. Could probably get the first round of fertilizer down without a problem. But the second round of fertilizer tomorrow, I probably need to, Probably need to restock. Okay. But yeah, with how long it took us to plow, this is, like, and the plow is actually an okay size. I mean, it's the biggest plow, but the plows themselves never get particularly large. You know, versus this thing, which is, I think, about 3 times the width of the plow. So it goes relatively quick. Pretty wifey. Is that a sleepy wifey? Yaw.
I don't know why I'm so sleepy.
Well, mostly because you're tired. Also, the chemicals, I believe enzymes, that your brain releases and is like, go to bed.
Stupid chemicals and enzymes.
I know, look at the brain using those chemicals. How dare it?
They are so mean. Hi, Calaria Star. Hi, Eonek.
It's what brains do. I'm obviously memeing about chemicals. Water is technically a chemical. Like,
I'm a chemical.
the human body is made of many chemicals.
Yeah.
I love you more.
No.
Nyah.
Remember the love.
I will.
Remember the adoration.
I'll try.
Remember the synonyms.
The synonyms?
Yeah.
Okay.
I say miss the meat.
Very, very obviously tired. Tomb is very obviously tired.
High infinity simplex. Why?
Remember the synonyms.
I remember them.
Gonna be honest, that's probably the first time I've ever had someone say remember the synonyms, even counting when we were learning what a synonym is in English.
I love you.
I love you too. You sleep well. Don't get me wrong. I've said that's like things when you're tired and just like, wait, no, don't remember that. That's not what I mean. I still think my favorite very tired Tomb moment, since we first met, was she was basically mostly asleep. You know, in that she's not quite there, she's not quite gone kind of state. And she just turns and is like, don't worry, the giant robots will protect us. And I'm like, uh-huh. The giant robots will protect us, apparently. Okay. And then she's like, wait, what'd I say? It's okay, but don't worry, the giant robots will protect us. You're wrong. I've said some dumb stuff too that you're like, wait, what did I say? You know, you're half daydreaming or sleep, like dreaming or whatever, and you say something that contextually makes sense in your dream and makes no sense in reality, or like your brain just mishmashes like 3 sentences together, failing on all 3 sentences. You're like, no, wait, hang on. I sadly, like, I would absolutely own up to one of the things I've said, but being that I was half asleep at the time, I don't remember them. I'm sure I've got some doozies, but I don't think Tomb has particularly pointed out something ridiculous I've said while I was half asleep. I know it happens. It happens. Like, all of us do it. So I'm not trying to withhold information. Next time she pops up, feel free to ask her, is there anything really weird that Rual has ever said while he was tired? I would be curious of the response as well. But yeah. That's always a fun state of mind to see people in. Like, you know, you're babysitting a kid and they're doing that whole thing where they're trying not to fall asleep, but they're losing the fight and they'll say something ridiculous. You're like, mm-hmm. Makes sense. Just like watching it was like, it's okay, Pikachu. You're like, there's nothing Pikachu going on right now, but okay. Just Pikachu wherever you are, it's apparently okay. Glad to hear. I'm glad everything's okay. I didn't know that I had to worry about anything being wrong, but, you know, thank you for the reassurance. There's gotta be stuff like that, like, you know, the parent who's like got like the 3 or 4-year-old and just the kid's like, Teddy is mango, and you're just kind of going, what? It's like, I know you're falling asleep and I'm really thankful bedtime is succeeding right now, but also I really want to stop and ask what you mean by Teddy is mango. Like, is mango a mood we've got going on? Like, what is like, is teddy bear a fruit somehow? Coconuts have water in them? I mean, yes. It's technically also, like, they consider it milk as well, but it is mostly water. Yeah, or like the kid being like, coconuts have water in them. It's like, you're correct. This is Michigan and it's freezing outside because it's winter, but sure. I'm not in Michigan, by the way. I'm talking like contextually stuff, like where someone says something and you stop, you're like, I don't know what that has to do with anything, but okay. You know, the statement said is correct. Perhaps not relevant, but correct. But whatever the semi-conscious brain was doing, it checked out for them in that moment. Alright, we're gonna do a pretty poor job of this field. Oh! We are wasting fertilizer in this one. It's fine. I'll have to like zigzag even make it work, but that's fine. It's like the same thing when you pick up someone who, like, you know, they've had like a hand surgery or whatever, you know, but you're the person there to pick them up after they've come off of like anesthetic or whatever, and the really weird loopy things that people say when they are heavily influenced, and just be like, time is pink. I don't know what that means, but hey, sure, time is pink. Why not? I don't know what color time is. Or maybe pink is a state of being that I'm unaware of. Time smells funny? I'm sure time does smell funny. Like, and that's one of those things that, like, you know, like for someone says time smells funny because they're either extremely tired, extremely drunk, or just came out of like surgeries that are pretty doped up or whatever, you know, get them through the surgery and all that. And you can, like, if they step back and actually have them explain and be like, oh, what they're trying to say is their watch smells funny, which checks out because they've been there and, you know, it hasn't been like cleaned up, so it probably smells like sweat. Fair enough. But because brain is currently not firing in all gears because there's all sorts of stuff going on, instead it just kind of short circuits the whole thing and be like, watch is time, watch smells funny, time smells funny. And sometimes you can put the thread together and sometimes you can't. Time flies and fruit flies. Yep. Alright, so this is the last field that I needed to put down the fertilizer. We are going to run to the tractor supply place. I'm gonna buy probably 2 more containers of fertilizer to make sure we top it off enough that I at least know we can get the fertilizing done tomorrow. We'll also gas up and repair so that everything works as well as it can. Doing all that. Now, one of the downsides I am running like into in a big way right now is the tractor especially is in bad state of repair, but if we look at our list of equipment, all these ones with the red exclamation marks on the side, those are like ready to retire. Like the tractor I'm running, we have had, like, it has been 10 years and 3 months. Now, granted, I got it used, so it had some period of time, like 3 years on it before I got it, or 4 years or whatever. But, yeah, so 10 years, 3 months it has been working commercially. So it's getting to be a bit of a pain on the maintenance costs. Unfortunately, it also costs like $300,000 to replace it. And I just checked my wallet. A couple of butterflies and a couple of flies and some lint came out, so that's not in the budget. Let's see. Your sis did that when she went in for surgery. She kept telling the nurse Thursday is green, and it took us a bit to realize she was looking at a whiteboard calendar and her discharge Thursday was colored green. Gotcha. I can see that. Time flies like an arrow, fruit flies like a banana. I almost didn't buy this. Solid fertilizer. 2, buy. And that should be plenty. But yeah, those are the things you sit there and they say that and you kind of stare at them going, what? And there is some logic in there. Now it can be some like really convoluted backwards logic because, you know, they're sleep deprived or on painkillers or whatever they've got going on. But there is a thread of logic. It's just real hard to follow. And a lot of the times, especially when they're sleepy, you can ask them what they meant by that and they'll be like, what are you talking about? That they just don't have memory. Or anesthesia does that a lot. Like, I remember I had to go in for hand surgery that I had a bone spur on my thumb. And so what they do is they basically grind it down. But doing that with you conscious would be what some people would call a bad time. So instead, what ended up happening was, you know, they knock you out and they put you under with anesthesia, and then they would go in after that, do their surgery, and then they wake you up. You know, typical surgery. Like, it's not even a surgery like you stay in the hospital. It's in, they do the procedure. You know, once you're good to get up on your own, or with like help depending on the nature. For me, I was not allowed to drive because I'd just been under anesthesia. But you know, you just go in and you have that. I don't use painkillers or anything like that. I never have been a particular person to use painkillers, like even Tylenol kind of stuff. No judgment on all that. Just, I guess early on I realized they just don't work as well for me for no specifically known reason, and so I don't. So remember, I had to be knocked out with the anesthetic. There it is. I was looking for cedar. And so the anesthesiologist came in, you know, took my weight, you know, asked me some questions, figured it out. They put in the IV and they put in the anesthetic. Doesn't register at all. Like no saying like we're having a conversation, everything's fine. And goes, you know, ups the dosage a bit. You know, lets it go a couple of minutes. We're having a conversation, everything's fine. And it's like, all right, I'm gonna do one more dose, and if it doesn't happen, we're calling it, because, you know, like I'm not going to like you know, anesthetic can be very dangerous if you give someone too much of it. It can kill you. And so we're like, okay, we're gonna do one more dose. If that doesn't do it, we're calling it. We're not doing it. Like, you know, we're rescheduling. This is not happen. Oh. Did you do something, Jess, that like you couldn't move forward, like you didn't have enough money to get the next procedure? Yeah, that'll happen. I mean, you are starting a challenge run when you're learning the game, but yeah. So as well as things like you're like one more dose and we're calling it. And apparently, and I don't have memory of this part. Apparently, I was in the middle of a sentence, just went, just is like, okay, we've apparently hit the amount that works, just like straight down. But apparently I was like super groggy coming out of it, which is not surprising considering I was well over what the amount they had anticipated to begin with. But it was definitely the anesthesiologist was feeling pretty uncomfortable at that point. I was like, yeah, we're not like this is as far as we're going. But apparently gave me the one last dose, and I don't know how long, 30 seconds later, and I just zonk, gone. And then they did everything they needed to do, and then I woke up, and they're like, how are you feeling? I'm like, I'm feeling fine, stood up and everything. They're like, no, we want you to sit in the wheelchair. It's like, okay, I feel fine, but you know. Then you got in the car and all that. But, you know, it's just a thing that, for whatever reason, a lot of stuff like painkillers and that, it's not that they don't work. I'm not gonna be like, oh, they don't do anything. The once or twice they put me on something significant like oxycodone after like a significant surgery or whatever, like the evidence I have is like, well, it didn't seem like it's working. I got lit up really bad in paintball at very close range, so the things that would leave a bunch of welts, and a person's like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, like you surprised me, that whole thing. I was like, nah, it's fine, it doesn't hurt. Went to sit down, like, a couple hours later, I was like, ow. Like, what the heck happened? It's like, oh, right. The thing that I didn't feel earlier today. Apparently those painkillers really do work well. Sat down, I was like, oh, I am sore. Took me a minute to realize, like, remember that even happened earlier. So let's check. I should... Alright, so just do that real fast. And if it's more than 50%, we know it worked. It did not. But that did. Okay, so we do not fertilize yet. So it isn't... That's not the button I want. So it isn't by the day, it is by the process. That's one of the things that kind of came up yesterday, was people had said, well, you have to do another process in between. And I was like, okay, well, I usually skip a day and that seems to work. So it is actually very specifically another process, which is fair. I'm fine with that. But that does mean I can't do the cheeky thing I was going to do, which is, while this is running around doing its thing, I was going to, you know, sweep in real fast, do another round of fertilizer so it's just done. So in that case, get off, drop that, get you out of the way because you are just not needed. Choosing a closer block because you hate the travel. Yeah, you said you were on 26, was it? Oh yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, you were on 26. Yeah, and that's when you're using like the truck and all that, that's not a problem. But like this 100 horsepower tractor, going back and forth there is pretty annoying. It's not as bad as the harvesters. The harvesters are terrible. You're just, come on, please, just get there. Alright, so we gotta seed this field. This is gonna take us a little while. Actually. Alright. So we're using this one here. It's 3 meters wide. It's terrible. I do not have enough money. That's also 3 meters wide, so it wouldn't even save us time. We could get up to the one that's 50,000 after the next sale. That's only 4 meters wide. I'm literally only gaining 1 meter, so I'm not happy about that. That's 6 meter wide. So if we actually look at our tractor we've got right now, it's 351 meters, or 351 horsepower. So the beauty about this is, unlike the harvesters, I can literally go, yeah, this one's fine, it's 300 horsepower, that one's fine. We could do that. Even the biggest one is within the range, so I don't need to worry. This tractor can handle literally every one of these things here that I know for a fact every one of these are going to work. Now, some of these ones that get kind of close, it may like struggle when we're going uphill or whatever, but we know that. Now, I'd love to get that one because it's 15 meters wide. That's 5 times the width. I am thinking, wherever we end up money-wise, it might be time for us just to accept we buy a seeder halfway through if we have to. I was going to try and buy one right now, but like getting one that's the same width doesn't do anything. And I could sell this one, but it's probably only worth like $1,000 would be my guess. Maybe a little bit more? What are you worth? I sold you right now. Oh, 9,000. Ooh, okay, let's talk. Hey, AI, you're back in control. Alright, so we can get... Alright, so you're basically, you're just barely shy of 10,000. And we look at our cedars. We can go to 50,000. I'm not doing it for 1 meter more. I'm not doing it for 2 meters more. These aren't really instilling... Okay, so we... Oh, man. To get anything that's meaningful, I have to actually go a pretty decent size bigger. Hey, hey, Tomate Place. How's it going? Like, that's the bummer. This thing is 3. Oh, actually, you know, going up to 6 wouldn't be that bad. That is double the width. That would cut our time in half. I'm just surprised that this and this are both 6 meters. Oh, let's see. Oh, that's a driller. That's why that's so much more. Okay, so we would jump from 6 to the next larger one would be 12. Yeah, so going to 12 would be that. All right. So we can get 10,000. Can I get another 10,000? What is the kilowatt hour output of your tractor? I didn't even look at that. We're on a large tractor. I totally forgot that's a thing. Kilowatt hour is... It doesn't say. It's clearly a statistic that doesn't matter. We can go through it this way. I can just go and check out the large one here. I believe that's the same tractor. Yeah, it's the same tractor, so 258. So if I go to cedars here, so we're good. Yeah, all of them are fine. I can literally use all of them. My tractor is actually really nice because we did get one on sale. I suddenly was like looking, like, wait a second, I might be able to snag something cheap. But no. Let's see. Feeling pretty lonely, to be honest. Just came back from a great trip to the beach with your family, and now back to normal routine. Life is play its games. Yeah, it happens. So I'm thinking, can I make that work? Can we go for the not you, the 67,000? Can we push for that? Because that does give us more. What's the speed as well? It's the same speed, but it would be twice as wide. So it is a little bit of a bummer. So we can get about 10,000 out of our cedar. I don't have anything I would particularly want to sell, I don't think. Oh, we could sell you. I'm not using you ever again. We have the cedar fertilizer forger, wagon, bale loader, chainsaw, forest equipment is our stump grinder, miscellaneous our water tank, so we need all those. Is there product I am down to sell? So it's September. Let's see how much I'm going to be cutting into our money if I do this. So the straw, if I sell it now, we're at near the worst price I could get for it. So that's definitely not ideal. That is an option, though. It is an option that I could actually sell that, you know, at a terrible price and maybe make the money. I'm not selling the bread. That's just way too valuable. If we're selling this in September, it's the absolute worst I could possibly sell it. It's the end of this month. And that's the same with all the greenhouse. We're definitely not doing the greenhouse stuff. Flour, on the other hand, also terrible. So, the question would be, I could sell the straw, maybe or maybe not, make enough money, because I would need to make somewhere in the area of about 8,000. No, I need more than that. I need something in the area of like 15,000. I don't think that's happening. I'm trying to see ways that I could get away with making this faster. But I have to hit that 67,000 for it to really be worth it. And I don't want to... Can I look ahead on the weather forecast? So December, it's supposed to snow. So December, I'll need to sell the straw before December. So November, we'll sell the snow. Or we'll sell the straw. And the straw, November will be pretty solid. We could actually do it right away at the beginning of the day. December will probably be fine. Like, we'll check in November to see if we can get... yeah, we'll check in November. We have to sell it a little bit early. Because we're in September now. We just deal. That's what's happening. We just deal. I really wanted to make it work, but I think it's one of those things that'll be pushing right up against the fence of what we can do. I keep trying to make it happen. You know what? I'm doing it. I already know I can do it. I just have to be willing to part with stuff I don't want to part with. We're gonna knock ourselves a bit on potential profit. I'm not selling this. This is just so I can cycle it before moving. All right. So let's check how bad the price margin is if I sell my strawberries early. So that's losing 50 potential profit, and that's losing 100. So it's actually not that big a deal compared to a lot of the others. Of, like, the total price, we're only losing at the most, like, 10%. Like, 10, 20% or whatever it is. So with that, I'm just going to grab this. I know at peak it sells for, like, 20-something thousand when I sell all of it, which is in a couple of months. So I should easily be able to make, like, over 10,000 happen. So if I can do that, we can sell the cedar, buy a better cedar. I'm suddenly realizing one thing I want to do is before we do that, let's go to the cedar and kick the seeds out of it. But that way we'll get a better cedar. It'll be able to make us seed about twice as fast. Alright, if I grab this group on the right here, that should be a full pallet's worth. Or full whatever this is worth. No, actually I'm off by one. That's totally fine. Let's grab our cedar. Kick the stuff out of the cedar. Take these. Sell these. If it's enough to sell the cedar, you know, sell these, and then buy the other cedar, we're great. If not, we just grab more. Because being able to make this faster, I need to do. We have been running on this tiny little cedar for way too long. So drop that real fast. Cool. Actually, I can't remember. I think if I take this back up there, we get a little bit more of the money from it. I don't even remember. It's fine. Either way, I can take it up there. So to grab you. And grab the other thing. Because if I can continue to upgrade some of these tools and all that, we could look at buying a new tile, because then I'll be able to do more fields. And what I'd probably do is I probably wouldn't just do wheat, I'd probably mix in another crop. So short term, I'd probably do something like oats or barley or one of the other, or sorghum or one of the other, probably the sorghum. I think we figured out that the sorghum lines up well where I work the wheat 1 or 2 days, and then it's time to do the sorghum for a day or two, then we go back to the wheat, and then we go back to the sorghum. So it, like, hops back and forth to keep it fresh. But, we can check it out. Yeah, we should be able to make enough to get the better seeder and all that. That'll go a decent ways for us to just speed up our operations. We did kind of come to the discovery that the harvester, unfortunately, we're probably going to be just saving up for another harvester, which is very unexciting, because that means practically what we're going to have to do is just continue to expand a bunch of our other operations and just deal with the harvester the way it is until we're more profitable. And then when we get to be more profitable, circle back. Okay, we're over here. Sell cedars. Sell. Yes. Okay, and how much more do I need to do this? It was 10,000? That's the one we want. Yes, it is. So about 9,000. That's fine. I wasn't paying attention to how much my produce sold for. If the produce doesn't sell for enough, we can pick up some of the straw and sell it. If that doesn't sell for enough, we still have bread. If that doesn't sell for enough, we have straw. We're going to make it happen. 5.5k? Well, that sucks. But that's okay. The point is, I'm done dealing with the tiny little 3-meter cedar. We're going to get the cedar to 6 meters, which will put the same width as the harvester, and I'll at least make our life a bit easier. If I have to do these incremental upgrades, that's fine. As much as, like, I've been doing the whole thing where it's like, no, let's save up, get the big one. But honestly, I'm at the point like, no, let's just get some kind of improvement. It's like, I don't want to sit here and like watch it where like nothing changes for a good long while and we just kind of have to eat it. Now, these products here can be worth a considerable amount different depending on what is in the pile. If it's more like mostly lettuce, the lettuce is the most valuable. If it's mostly strawberries, that's bad. I mean, strawberries are the least valuable. But we'll see. Alright, so we have not quite a full one. I didn't compare what we had of what. I think we have a little bit more lettuce in here, but less of the others. But we also have less total, so probably gonna be similar payout. And like what I said, if we need to, we just go and scoop up some of that straw. Yeah, we're gonna get it at a terrible price, but you could, you know, it's fine. I'd rather waste some straw and get the better cedar than have to do this all with a 3-meter wide cedar anymore. I've done those fields probably 10 times now with that little teeny tiny cedar. I'm ready to not put the same amount of time in. I'm ready for that to be done in a faster time frame. Which then we'll buy another tile, we'll double our number of farms, which means I'll be putting the same amount of effort in, but at least I'll get twice as much for it. Ish. Surprised I actually kind of all crooked over it. Alright. I want to see more money. We're looking for 67,000. That... Oh, not all of them are emptying. There's a single box of lettuce in there that's not emptying. There we go. So definitely gonna be shy, but how much? You think of research before you do this run? If you're new to the game, what you should probably consider doing is just choosing a map like Elms Creek or what is it? There's like ones like Zernansky or whatever it is. I always forget its name, so I do apologize. But one of those two that's just like a straightforward map, and experiment a little, learn some mechanics, that kind of thing. and then visit it. Because you'll start learning, like, oh, here's when I fertilize, here's when I do that. You can start comparing your numbers, like, if I do this but not that, just to get an idea. And you could start one of those where you start with $0. You need 5,300 now? I think you're correct. But I'm pretty sure we could probably get that out of the straw. And if not, then we pick up flour and we sell it. Would you put it down? Oh, we switched up. Put it down. There you go. Yeah, so we're selling stuff early, so we're not getting our full volume. But I'm trying to just get my upgrade now before we put all the effort of all that. Because also one of those things that if we start getting to the point where I could cut the AI loose on it, and also go bear. All right. I think I have to do a little bit of cleanup on this, that's fine. We're trying to clean up all of the straw real fast. In the future, I'd like to get a silo or something, or do silage or whatever. Anything, just not have the solution be heap it on the ground. All right. Because as you can see, I've got a bunch of it piled everywhere. We're going for that 67,000. Now, good news, if I spend too much time on this in-game day and I don't actually finish seeding today, we can actually still seed tomorrow. I'd rather not. I'd like to finish seeding this in-game day. But we'll see. So we've got 23,000 here. So that should be 23 times the sell price, which is like 50 or so. So it should be 1,000 something. That does mean it is going to take me a little bit of straw and all that to get what I need. But that's okay. That's one less thing I got to worry about later. $828. Okay. So I'll need to do like 5 loads. Like I said, if I have to dip into selling the flour, we'll do what we got to do to make this happen. Because last stream, we got the Forger Wagon. That was our major progress in that. We had wanted to get the header for the harvester. It didn't work out. We mulliganed it. We did a cheeky resetting of things because whatever. Oh, I was gonna say, it's like, please don't tell me I don't have access to this. I want a giant pile of straw laying on the side of my map the whole, like, to the end of time. Alright. Okay, more straw to sell. I forgot I could change the mini-map. Finger, call that. But what I did is, if you didn't see what I was doing, is actually, you can hit 7 and 8 to adjust your in-game speed. I'll probably, if I have to, I'll adjust the in-game speed just to finish the things up in the day. So it's not one of those things you set at the beginning of the run, you're like, this is the speed we play at. You can just adjust it as you need. Alright. And the reason I figure I sell the straw now as opposed to selling like the bread now or the flour now and all that is the margins from, like, if I sell early, I lose the least amount of potential profit selling this versus the bread, which is super duper value by comparison to all this. I'm gonna go that far to the right. Well, there's the percent is certainly one thing to consider, Bentley. Yeah, so I'm losing percent-wise of the potential profit I could make from the straw is the highest, but because the base price of the straw is the lowest, I can afford to lose a higher percent from the straw before it becomes the equivalent of a higher item. Because, for example, the bread is 1,600, you know, a pallet. And I want to say, so even if it's like a 30 or 40% loss versus like a, you know, 40, 50% loss from the straw, that would easily make the bread just substantially more potential profit lost as far as raw numbers, flat numbers, not the percent. That's the per capita and kind of things of like, well, I mean both per capita. But like the percent per capita versus the flat rate. Alright. We're getting there. It is 67 and what thousand? Is it just 67,000 or 67,500? 67,500. That's what we're looking for. 67,500. So we got 3,000 more to go, give or take. So realistically, 4 more drops. Which I think we actually have 4 more drops here. Your loss is more of a straw. You're not going to sell all anyway. You need to get around. You lose more by straw. So that's the whole thing. If we compare straw, so straw here, where are you at? Yeah, so straw, sure, we do lose almost 50%. You are correct, but per 1,000 units or whatever it is between like 49 and 33. But with the bread, if I sold it, I'd have an entire thing of bread, and that's what, like, I think that's something like 14 or 18 pallets or whatever that are probably sitting on there. That's 1,800. It's also about 50% off, but the 50% off is huge. So it'd take me, like, literally wasting dozens upon dozens upon dozens upon dozens of sales of straw before the total amount is more. Like, the percent will be, you know, terrible, but the total amount. It's like losing 50% of your pennies or 50% of your $100 bills. But losing 50% of your $100 bills is going to be worse unless you're talking a really large number of pennies. Because to give you an idea, each one of these I'm losing somewhere in the area of $400 from the difference. Oh, yeah. No, I agree. I'm only going to sell as much as I need to get the cedar. If I have to sell, like, one more thing to, like, get more seed or get more fertilizer, whatever, you know, obviously I do what I gotta do. But yeah, no, we're only selling as much as I could do to get the cedar. We're not selling it all right this second. Because we are selling it at a bad time. But, even if I have 10 loads there, If it's about $400 difference per load that we're losing because I'm selling at a bad season, that means 4,000 bucks total if I were to sell all 10 at the bad season. So that's one of the reasons why it's like, okay, don't get me wrong, percent-wise it sucks. It's terrible. But in raw money, it's actually not that bad. You still want to sell it on the ideal time. We're just making something happen. I'm gonna slow down time a bit. Because I'm putting a lot of time into this when I need to be seeding. I just don't want to do the seeder anymore with the 3, and I already sold it because I'm like, it's happening. It was my way of like putting the stake down and be like, this is happening now. Like, no waffling. Like, we're doing this. It's done. All right. And this should ultimately save us a lot of money on maintenance on our tractor. Because that's the other thing, is I need to reduce the amount of time this tractor is running with how bad its maintenance is getting, because it's old. So I think we're at the point that running it twice as long, you know, it's going to cost me literally like $1,000 or $2 more versus running it the shorter period of time on the better seeder. But you would have sold much bread, or like way less bread sold. Well, the problem is I would have loaded up and brought it up here, because trying to guess exactly how much bread I would need to sell and get it right, I wasn't going to do a bunch of laps with it or dump it off and like drag it up one piece at a time or whatever, because I can't pick them up one by hand. They're too heavy. I don't have super strength turned on. So I'm not worried about it. Like I said, even if I messed up the entire... Like, both of them are about 50% as well. So it's kind of one of those things. If we're going by the percentage, or 40, 50%, whatever the amount is, they're similar enough that I'd be like, either way, your waste is percentage-wise the same, you know, give or take. And then volume, the total value of the bread is just so much higher. Like, the bread, if I sell it at the right time, is like 40, 60,000 worth. I don't know what this comes out to be. I do know it's not 40 or 60,000. I do not know the exact number, but I have a good idea of the magnitude of the number. Like, we're probably talking 10, 15,000 at the absolute most for all of this. If it would have sold it at the right time. Versus the bread does a factor of like 4.5, like 3, 4, or 5 times that. No, more than that. You get the idea. It's like 4 to 5 times that, I think. 15 times, yeah. Alright, so I'll take this one and sell it, and I should need to do one more after this, and not technically complete one. I am just going to do it. It does look like we're going to actually pretty much wipe out our straw. I didn't look. Do I actually need to be using this tractor for this one? Or would the littler tractor have actually cut it as well? The littler tractor could actually run this as well, my 100 horsepower. So in the future, that's something to be aware of. Okay. Yeah, so about $300 short. So, we're definitely not going to be getting the full value from this. I still am going to take pretty much a full load. Doesn't work as well if you don't lower it. And part of the reason for that boils down to I'm going to probably have a couple points I'm going to let loose the AI, which is going to cost a bit of money. So I don't want to be at exactly 0 or whatever. There's a very good chance I end up having to use some of the rest of this, but we'll see. Alright, we'll get our new seeder, we'll bring it down here, top it off in seeds, and get to work with our twice as wide seeder. I might still actually come out ahead, like hadn't I slowed down time, I still might actually have saved time doing it this way. Because while I burnt it in-game like 2 hours or whatever, like not real life 2 hours, but in-game 2 hours, it's still one of those things that, because it's going to be twice as fast, and it's a very slow operation, should make up for it. Okay, 6750, double checking, that is the 6 meter wide, we are in our limits. And all that sort of stuff. It does tell me that I could buy the extra volume. We're not going to worry about that. Going to take off its license plate because it doesn't matter. And with that, we got a bigger seeder. I mean, nothing else. The straw is a decent fallback if you desperately need money. Yeah, it's those things that we can get like a handful of cash. Unfortunately, even the cheapest silo in this game is pretty pricey. What was the cheapest silo? Not counting the modded one, it was like 100,000 or something like that, right? So silos. Oh no, there's a hay and straw storage. It's actually relatively inexpensive by comparison. So there's a hay and straw storage that's 63,000. That's manure. After compacting covering the silo, the context converts to silage. So you can actually make silage for 25,000, which may not be a bad move. For those who don't know silage in the game, basically I could take the hay, dump it all into a trough, you know, and then you like drive over to a whole bunch to moosh it. And then it has to stay there for a while, and then you get silage. And then silage is worth... It's gonna be up here, isn't it? Silage is worth... Where are you, silage? You're here somewhere. I remember it's worth a decent amount. There, silage is worth... So silage is worth 190, whereas straw is worth 49. So... it jumps it up by like a factor of 3 times or something like that. There's probably a conversion in there, but it's a significant uptick. What did I just hit? It's probably because I'm sitting here driving with this, you know, seeder on the front, which is really meant to be on the back. They're probably snagging stuff and getting hooked around by it. So forager wagon. All right. I need the basket. The basket's not optional, it's required. This has no built-in storage of its own. All right, so we're selling the rest of the straw. Lovely. It doesn't optionally have the storage. It is required that you buy the storage. Oh, we're gonna be dipping into that flour a little bit. It was 18,000, I believe is what it cost. I went and I pulled it up and was like, wait a second. This doesn't tell me how many liters it can carry. What? Liquor tractor is a big red clown nose. Okay, oh, I missed a little bit back there. So yeah, we're 100% dipping into selling at least the flour. We might even have to dip into the bread a little. We were getting greedy and we're being punished. It's fine. Yeah, so the thing I need is, if we look at the cedar, I need that to give myself 1.5k liters of storage. And for the record, I could have actually checked that. That is on me. So if I look at this one, it says 600 liters. If I look at that one, it doesn't say. Which means it doesn't. So that is on me. Oh, you're saying it's got a big red clown nose with that on the front? Yeah. We're definitely going to be eating in a lot of what we could have made here. But at this point, I've already bought the thing. I sold my other cedar. And sure, I could do something like sell this wagon, but I don't want to do that. I figure at this point, we bought the wagon. Let's just roll with it and get that extra money from the straw. It's not a lot of money, but it is money. Did we do another oopsie buy? Yeah, but this one is actually my fault. Like, this wasn't the game not giving me enough information. This was player not reading details. But this one is actually an oopsie buy I could go through. Like, my tractor's capable of running and everything. There was just an extra component I didn't realize I need because I didn't look carefully. But that's fine. It's a recoverable oopsie buy that I still want to follow through with. It just cost a little bit more than I had anticipated. Said A Plague's Tale, Evil West, and Nobody Saves the World are free on PlayStation Plus. Neat. Alright, so let's look at this to 2,000 something. Then we're gonna pallet. We're gonna get a bunch of our flour. We're gonna sell it. I mean, I know for the fact that the bread will get us over the finish line. I really don't want to dip into the bread, but if I have to, I mean, at this point, we're kind of committed. It would just suck that instead of getting, you know, 40 to 60,000, instead we get, you know, 20 to 40,000. But that's what happens when you get impatient. I still think it's a good move. It'll cut down the time it takes me to seed the field in half. It'll make me using the AI far more pragmatic than right now. How much you need? So I need a total of 1,800 or 18,000. We could definitely do that. We have enough stuff to sell to make that happen. It just, I failed to see that I needed a separate seed storage for that planter. Like, we definitely have enough probably in that bread. Because even we sell it at like 1,200 a unit or whatever the lower price is. 1,200 a unit is still plenty. That said, I'm not selling that first. We're going for the flour. I have way more enough flour in that bakery. We're just losing potential profit on the flour, not potential profit of turning the flour into bread. How much do we have there? Another 9 pallets. Looks like there's more straw out there. Did I miss some? Oh, there is! Right! Thank you. I totally forgot about the straw back there. It's not going to be enough to give me my 18,000, but it's going to potentially save me from selling a whole lot of bread and just selling a little bit of bread. I forgot. I ran out of space for the other stuff. It's the reason why, realistically, in the long run, I'm going to need a silo. I don't want to buy a silo because it's 100,000, and I have a lot of other things I want for 100,000 more, but it is yet another thing on the list. I totally forgot this is all the way back here. Because we're getting pretty full by where I was piling that up along the road. It'll also be nice if we get something like a silo, because then I don't have to do this where I'm zipping around trying to like clean up messes in a whole lot of places. Which is almost the same amount of effort as to pick this up in the first place. Instead, what I could do is just focus entirely on You're full. I can just focus on like go to building, park trailer, push button, trailer go full, sell trailer, go to building, park trailer. The other issue is I'll end up needing a lot of silos over time. Okay, so that's probably 3 more of these. So it does look like we'll probably be able to get by with this and the flour. We shouldn't have to touch the bread, I don't think. Because we have like 3 more of these, it'll put us like 5,000-6,000. And I do think an entire trailer of flour should pull in somewhere in the area of like 8,000 to 10,000. Could be wrong. I haven't sold the flour as flour in a while. Alright. Yeah, the downside is the driving back and forth. We did slow down time a lot. I'm actually slow down time a little bit more even. So we did make time real time for right now. I believe that's 1 time. Because we have burned a pretty big chunk of our day just picking up straw and selling it. It's fine. No matter what, I was going to have to do it at some point. It was all dumped on the ground. The only way I wouldn't do it is if I just left it out there and kept letting it get rained on until enough of it disappeared to stop showing up. And I have no context to how long that takes. Alright. It doesn't disappear. So it's on the buy list after the seed tank? Another plot? Probably. I think so. I think with how we've discovered how much the harvester header combo is going to cost us, we're definitely going to want to probably, you know, go ahead and set another thing. So it doesn't disappear. Well, I know it rots when it rains on it. That a percentage of it disappears is what I was told. Like, so if it's, you know, 100 liters and it rains, you know, you get some reduced amount of liters. Now, if it's a percent loss, then yeah, I could see it would take literally hundreds of years before the rounded amount remaining would be 0. Like, it would just round to 0 kind of thing. Because a percent, that means it has a little thing where, you know, if it was, let's just say 10%, if it was 100, it would drop to 90, then drop to 81, and then drop to, you know, 73-ish or so, and then it dropped to, you know, 64 or whatever. But you keep seeing the map? Gotcha. Yeah, and I was just kind of curious if you did do the thing where you kept running for it for hundreds and hundreds of years, that wherever it rounded to the nearest X number of decimal points, which I do think their numbers drop down to 6 decimal point positions, there would be at some point, it would round it to 0, and then it would be a pile that doesn't have a value. But if it's, you know, 400 or 500 years, who cares? You're probably not going to care about it. It's going to be gone where they are. Do you think it'd be cheaper for the hay straw? Let's see. Do you think the cheaper silo for hay straw would be worth getting? So the problem is the cheapest silo, if we look at it right now. Oh, the cheapest one here. We had was the hayloft, which carries a lot. Is 63,000. I mean, there'd certainly be a point it would become worth getting. Do I think it's worth getting before another plot? I don't believe so. I believe being able to put down more crop to then, you know, feed into various production and all that is probably what's going to get me more. That's not the buttons I wanted. There we go. I think that'd get more mileage. Now, as we get more crops and I have more and more going, you know, more and more straw being produced, that algebra will slowly flip until the point where it's like, no, actually getting the thing for straw might be the better move. Because, like, right now, I am getting a decent amount of straw. But I don't know where the cutoff is, because the silo is 250,000 liters. So, honestly, it's, what? 11 loads of straw? So, actually, it's pretty close to what this can handle. Man, that'd probably take a while for it to pay for itself, though. Because we're thinking for each load, it's about $400 more. And, you know, from selling it from a bad time to a good time. For the full load. So, if we were to do that math, how many in-game months would it take? Well, how many in-game years, because it'd be one harvest per year. How many in-game years would it take for us, assuming we could bring it to capacity, so at 11 loads, $400 extra for putting in the silo and waiting. So that's $4,400 a year, extra dollars. So it would take somewhere in the area of, what, like 12 years? 10, it's between 10 and 12 years for it to break even from the purchase. You know, and then after that it would be profit. Which certainly at some point makes sense. But also, holy crap, 11, 12 years. Yeah, the one advantage is it's a silo, it doesn't wear out. Like, that's the beauty of it. There's no wear out. There's an operating cost, but it's probably like $2 or something like that. You know, something over the full year, it's like 20, 24 bucks. It could take as long as your bees. Yeah. It's definitely not as bad. Well, I mean, the bees were also about 10 years to pay for themselves. But the volumes were different so far as how many dollars it took to buy versus how many dollars it went. It was still 10 years to pay itself off. And then the bees were profit versus this would be, you know, reduced loss, which is a little different. Very, like, they're experienced mostly the same. But yeah, no, the bees were terrible. It was like 10 years to pay off a thing of bees. Using the bees. That's without the bonuses from, like, sunflowers and canola and all that, just to be clear. I was doing an experiment about trying to do a run like this where we started where I bought a bunch of bees. I did it off stream. It did not go well. I did not realize how little the bees paid per month. It was like, for a thing that cost $4,400, like $53. It was pretty terrible. What's also terrible is this. Picking up and selling this, like picking up the straw twice to sell it for $800 a load. I think in the future I might just pick up the straw and just immediately sell it for the reduced price. Yes, I can get an extra 400 per load or about 4,000 per year, but I'm doing two full rounds. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it would be worth it, honestly, later in the game to actually get a couple of silos. Get a silo for your grains, get a silo for your straw, get a silo, for this, that, or that, whatever crop, to just have a place to buffer it so that, like, down the road, if I'm getting more grains in my granary can process, I can just silo the whole bunch of it, wait till I get a pretty good stockpile, and just load it up and sell. Okay, we can also check to see, like, it would be nice if some of these things, like the bakery, had more storage available nearby, so you could sit there and have it, like, kind of overflow the baked goods onto shelves kind of thing, like, even if it's still just at the building, to make it so I don't have to have the trailer nearby to top it off all the time. I mean, granted, I could always just say, put it up for sale, like, don't make me drag the bread myself. But the downside is you get way less money when you do that. We're taking like a 50% loss plus whatever the delivery fee is if we go that route. But I think the fact that this tractor's maintenance is getting worse and worse and worse, spending the money to get that seeder now is probably worth it. Just because it could genuinely save us for every time I use the seeder, like $1,000-something worth of maintenance. Like, if we're looking at this already, I've already lost 10-15% of my maintenance just driving back and forth picking up straw. How much a bad idea do you think it'd be to do this challenge with no experience in the game? So as long as you do enough research ahead of time to make sure you don't get yourself in a situation where you're effectively soft-locked, you can't get money, or it's just not something absolutely horrendous like bees, it'd be alright, because like, if you get it, quote-unquote wrong, you should still be able to make money. So doing something like getting the greenhouses right away, those should be able to overcome most of your problems. Again, it might be one of those things that you're making like $400 or $500 a year, which is nothing, which would be horribly painful. But you would not be in a game over situation you can't recover from. The only way you get into that situation is if you cut down all trees on your property, and you spend that all on stuff that, can't make money without putting more money into it. Yeah, no, it is fun. I enjoy these kind of slow grind challenges where you slowly build up, and what should happen is as we get more buildings, the rate we get more money gets faster and faster, so we can do more quicker. I mean, heck, we're making over the course of a year a little bit under 100,000 now, which is enough to like just straight up drop, like, this building we're passing is 50,000. Every year, I could build another building of that amount of money and have money to spare. So, if I had more crops for production lines, I could realistically do that. That's actually one of the things why I want to make another tile. Is if we make another tile and we say, for example, plant a whole bunch of canola, then I can get the oil press building, whatever it's called, and I can put the canola in there for canola oil. And that's a whole new production line that's making us money. Gotcha, well I hope you enjoy it. Let's see, with a cheap round baler and wrapper, you could always do silage on this map. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, like that's very easily, like you can get silage set up pretty early. Because like for example, if you choose a tile with a decent number of trees, like one of these tiles, like this one here, or the one I started on, you're gonna be sitting in somewhere in the area of like 40, 60-ish thousand dollars by the time you get rid of the trees, not counting anything else you do. And that alone is gonna do you pretty well. To get that 40, 60,000, you get yourself an okay tractor. You get I think with that you get an okay tractor, you get a baler, and like the little mower, and you should be just about spent on that. And then you can do the mowing at that point, and you know, that'd bring you probably about 10,000 a year, give or take. A little bit more, a little bit less, depending on like when you sell, what tile you have, and all that. There are tiles you could certainly get more money than that. Probably, I would guess the most valuable tile for trees is probably in the 150,000s or so. But there's like just off the cuff guess without like really looking at it anyway. I would guess you're in that ballpark. Which would be more enough to honestly get. It'd be pushing it to try and get a crop in the ground and not have it fail due to like lack of fertilizer or whatever. But yeah, you could definitely get like the point you're able to mow grass pretty easily. Do that for a couple of rounds to get yourself like 20-something thousand for whatever the wrapper is. I mean, honestly, with a 20,000, you could also get like the ditch thing that you could just chuck the grass in and walk away kind of thing to make silage. But you'd have options there. Silage is one of the when I say a meta strategy, I don't mean in the negative, but one of the common strategies is silage because it is very lucrative. And it doesn't have a huge amount of setup. Versus like most of the crop, just getting the crop, you know, to where you can sell it is going to cost you somewhere in the ballpark of like, I think 135, 140 might be the cheapest you could do, where you're not doing it terribly, because you can get the vegetables to the point where you can seed and harvest the vegetables around 90,000-ish. Hey, Doljinku, how's it going? Got you the other day on stream. I was just lurking a little bit. Hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. But yeah, so it's like it's a little over 90,000 is I believe what you need to do to put carrots in the ground. But that is literally just plow, shove carrot in ground, harvest. How do you know whether to use lime or fertilizer? So if you put your mouse over a tile, if it says needs lime, you need to put lime. If the fertilizer is below, we're gonna have to hit the bread. That sucks. If the fertilizer is below 100%, you could definitely, you know, put some fertilizer in. Alright, so we're gonna have to dip into the bread. I'm really not excited about this. This is definitely I shouldn't have purchased the thing I purchased. But yeah, so you can definitely check out Diligent Goo, another content creator on the platform. I was playing some House Flipper 2 the other day, that's right. So, if you're looking for some House Flipper 2, you can find it over there. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I am going to grab all of the bread. We're not intending on selling all the bread. My intention is to pull forward just a tiny bit onto the sell pad. And we just keep doing that until it hits our 180,000. And then we back off and we drop all the rest of the bread near the sell pad. So we just barely want to kind of slowly pick away at a couple boxes at a time. I suspect we're looking at the area of about 4.5 boxes. Or 4.5 pallets or whatever. No, not 180k. So not 180,000. Sorry, if I said 180k, I mean 18k is what we're after. Sorry. Bread is valuable. It's 1,600 a pallet. But not that valuable. I probably just misspoke. Alright, so I was wrong. We made $5,000 And we finished 2, but didn't quite get through any of the others. We could take these over here. Turn around. That's fine, because I probably actually do have to buy more seeds. So what we'll do here is we'll hit this button. We'll go here because we messed up. And what I messed up is I didn't get this thing. So you see, I've got this. Oh, you can get it front weight? I don't know if I care about that. We can always add it later if I do. So we dropped a bunch of money. So I am going to do the work myself. We're probably going to end up having to sell stuff later. Yeah, we found a bit of a spooky Easter egg in House of yesterday. Neat. I really don't know which side I'm supposed to attach this to. I was going to say, it's like, I was not expecting you to fully fill this up. Alright. So we've got our cedar. I'm going to have to do all the work myself because we're broke. But we're broke. We've got a cedar with bigger storage. Now we have a separate storage unit for it. We have a larger cedar, twice as large as the one we're doing. We did only cut into our bread to sell about like 2 3/4, like probably about 3 3/4 actually pallets. So that's not great. We definitely lost ourselves a pretty good chunk of potential profit, but all things considered, it's fine. We got a significant upgrade. So we did get the straw thing here that we got during our harvest this year, which is only 2 in-game months ago. And now I've got a significant upgrade for our cedar. So that's pretty solid. Let's grab the seeds that are out in the field. And I just realized I did this middle of a row, so I'm going to have a bit of a mess here. It's fine. We'll live with it. So like this one pass will be the small one. Don't you okay. I was like... Alright, so finish this pass at this one. It's the same speed as the other cedar. It's just twice as wide. So you're going to finish this row using the half width. And then we'll turn around and do the full width. And it will be half as many passes. So by that it means it goes twice as fast. Trying to remember if we go to controls real fast. The cedar, ridge markers. I never saw, so what is the point of the ridge markers? Like it puts a marker here. I don't know why I care about that. Like what is the reasoning for me wanting the ridge markers? That is the thing I don't understand. Like I see it makes it look like what I'm doing now. I don't think that's centered. Well, I mean, maybe it is centered. Because that's what I've always been unsure of. My assumption is use ridge marker to line up your next pass, so you don't have to sit there and, like, you know, try and hug the side or whatever. You could, you know, pop into, you could like pop. I'm hitting the button. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I picked that up. I was gonna say you could pop into the vehicle. It doesn't matter. You pop into the vehicle where you can see like from this. No, actually that looks like probably exactly what it is. Yeah, because if I were to line this up with the ridge marker, it'd be about right. Unfortunately, the ridge marker button is right next to, or not the ridge marker button, the internal camera button is right next to the thing that turns on and off, or sorry, lifts and lowers your thing. I'm hitting the wrong buttons, don't mind me. It's fine. Let's stop messing with stuff and just get the field planted. Okay. Is straw worth the time with those bale things? So that's kind of the thing that's making me curious. So I definitely think straw is an extra income. But the thing that I'm kind of going back and forth on is right now when you harvest, usually when you harvest is usually the worst time pay-wise for that crop to sell, which makes sense. It's in season, everyone is selling it at that point because, you know, like in comparison to reality, you'd have a sudden influx of that crop because that's the appropriate time for harvesting it. And that's true of straw and such as well. But the curiosity with that kind of thing is if you hold on to it, it's worth more, but then you have to double up your labor of pick up the straw, take it to the place, to then pick it up and sell it again. And the margins aren't particularly large in that. But if you're doing stuff to like make it into silage, like you're doing the processing, or to take it to sheep to sell it, or whatever, not straw, but, you know, grass in that case, like you do the extra procedures, that would up the value of it. That probably makes a difference. So I'm feeling like it's probably worth my time to just pick up the straw and sell it for, you know, each field making an extra couple $1,000. But I feel like doing the whole thing where I grow an entire field, I pick up the straw, or I harvest the field, I pick up the straw, I stash the straw, I pick it up again to then sell it at, you know, a couple $100 more, I start feeling like, no, actually my time is worth that couple $100 per pass. Because even with like 10 whole runs of it, that still only boils down to about $2,000. So you're very curious how the seeds are going from the tractor's front to the seeder. The assumption would be, yeah, okay, you can see it right here. They actually put it on there. There's basically a tube that goes through there, probably a vacuum tube of some kind. I missed a stripe right at the end. So it's a glorified leaf blower of seeds. Just in an enclosed tunnel.
Thank you FG Squared for subscribing for 13 months. Why do tractors make terrible comedians? They always fail at delivering a good punchline.
Hey FG, thank you for the tier 1 sub. That's 13 months. A year and 1 month you've been subbed to channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole lot. And if I had a Punjin, you know. But I do hope it's going well. But for those who don't know, FG Squared, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Definitely someone I recommend checking out and all that good stuff. Plays a whole variety of games, but doing like RimWorld among other things, but doing some Lego streams. All that good stuff. Definitely worth checking out, definitely have a good time. Also, another member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, which I will just say, in my opinion, is the best stream team on all of Twitch. May or may not be biased. For those who don't recall or haven't heard, I am a member of Halcyon Frequency now. That's been, what, 2 weeks now? Or so? Something like that, right before Christmas. Yeah. So welcome in. I hope you're planning on having yourself a good evening and all that good stuff. Well, it's always FG's birthday. Look, some people's birthdays are just a little bit more complicated than other people's. It's just the way it is. Also, why settle for one birthday when you have 365 of them? Except on leap years. All right. So it's definitely way faster than our other one, because for the other seeder we have been using was 3 meters wide, and we jumped up to 6. It's also got considerably more storage. It does look like I'm actually potentially going to finish this entire field without having to restock it, which is pretty nice. Where the other one would take about half of a large container of seeds. It looks like this one can handle about 1.5, give or take. So that's pretty sweet. Or sorry, not 1.5, 1/5, whatever. It's more. It's more than half of one. That's the important bit. Big number is slightly bigger. Actually, it's not a big number. Small number is slightly less small. Is I think the more appropriate thing. Because we also looked at what it's going to take to get the bigger seeder, and I do really want to get the 15-meter wide seeder. That is, again, 3 times the size of this one, roughly. Would have been 5 times the size of the small one we had. But for the price I spent on this, that bigger seeder would have taken a significant amount more time. Because we were looking, I think the next bigger seeder that we want is 165, and then the really big one I want is like 205,000. So that is a someday on the wish list seeder versus, look, I need a seeder. Besides, we can make it so our paint job doesn't match our equipment, so our tractor looks all weird. That it's just red and blue and white and all sorts of mix-mashed. But the big point is, for the speed we were seeding before, this is twice as fast-ish. So it should help a lot that we can hopefully get this field seeded, get the next field seeded. Well, I mean, get all 4 of these fields seeded and fertilized today. Now, the downside is, where the other seeder I could kind of, sort of, ish get away with the other seeder being run on our little 100 horsepower tractor. This one is 100% not in the range. Like, the other tractor probably can't turn it on. It also doesn't have a front hookup, so it wouldn't be able to have the seeds and the seeder attached at the same time. So we are even more entrenched in using this tractor that is horrifically bad shape with its maintenance. It's just the life we live. It's going to progressively become more and more of a problem. Sooner or later, I will have to accept I need to save the money to replace it. And unfortunately, that price is, if we go here, to replace this tractor with the exact same thing, $292,000. Great! Excellent! I think we have seen over $100,000 in this game once so far in this run, and it was gone pretty much immediately. So we just had to do that 3 times over top of it without spending our money on anything, which is going to be really hard to make happen. Because every time I start getting close to $100,000, it's like, wait, I can spend that money to make myself more money. Why replace the things that are wearing out that are mission critical for our entire continued operation? when I can continue to spend money on future investments that will depend even more on things that are soon to be like single points of failure. So you're going, wait, what do you need? So right now, this tractor, the issue I have with it is we're kind of limping along with it. If we actually look at our list of vehicles, so that big red number there, that's warning me that like the tractor is like really in bad state because we've had it for, I mean, we haven't had it for 10 years. We bought it used, and it's been running commercially for 10 years. You know, its maintenance costs are getting pretty aggressive. We can't see the big number. Your camera's over it. Oh, here, I could probably move it so it'll show. I actually can't. Huh. Well, that's embarrassing. So if we go like this, you'll notice there's a big red number right down here. I mean, it's really hard to see because it's light on light. Game devs, learn high contrast. But it says 29,000. That's basically telling me it's like severely depreciated. But the more important part, that's not what I want to do. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do this. But the more important part is as your tractors get old, get older, the maintenance costs go. Oh, ad break, of course. It's fine. You didn't miss much. You can't read it because they did light red on light blue. So even if you have no difficulty seeing any amount of color, good luck seeing it. Oh, that's not the right camera. I forgot I had that camera set up there for other products there. Did that camera seriously not come back? Oh my god, come on. This is why we don't touch anything, chat. You touch nothing and it all changes. There we go. There we are. It also looks like that isn't centered anymore, that it's slowly started drifting. Hey, prompter. If you could just say hi. We started stream, and like literally at the beginning of stream, like, I haven't gone live yet, and I was like, alright, let me test this thing out. I went through, camera's in good shape, everything. And I'm like, awesome. Started stream, switched the scene back from like the starting screen to this scene, and the camera wasn't working. So I had to like literally reseat the cable and deactivate, reactivate, because the deactivate, reactivate didn't do it. I was like, come on, man. Camera, you got one job. And that's to work. That's all I ask. I know it's a big ask for a device to operate in its intended purpose reliably so long as I don't mess with it. But, kind of literally what I'm paying for. And he starts, after he's saying, I start my streaming PC in the morning, but you don't turn your camera on just yet. But once I do, I need to restart your PC every time. You think they'd have that stuff down. I did see, and I know a lot of people are upset that Steam is dropping support for like Windows 7, 8, and 8.1 and all that. And then there is talk that 10, like, it's not gonna get dropped in the immediate future, but it's probably gonna be like the next 2 years will get dropped from Steam as well, which is pretty typical of Steam these days. Ever since Windows XP, they started kind of following Microsoft's guidance, which it does make sense. It is a significant investment for Steam each time they go to make a change to support every imaginable operating system. So they've begun to start to come. Yeah, Steam is dropping 7, 8, and 8.1. XP's long gone. Vista's long gone. All that. Like, if you're still running around at a Windows 7 PC, it's time to upgrade. Like, I get if you don't want 11, that's fine. So 10 is still supported. They haven't said anything about 10. My expectation would be in about 2 years, you'll probably see support wane for 10 on a lot of things, because that's Microsoft has already extended the support for 10 from what they had planned. But I think Microsoft will never allow the Windows XP situation to ever happen again, even if it pisses off everyone, where they were stuck, you know, with people continuing to run XP for well over 10 years. And then they're like, finally, you know what? We don't care anymore. It's just not going to be supported. I don't see Microsoft ever doing that again. Again, even if people are kicking and screaming the whole way. Hey, Goose Gaming, how's it going? Like they did already kind of give a, we'll extend the security updates and all that in 10 past the, you know, lifespan, all that. Let's see, you'd say increasing the X number after Windows is a downgrade. So you're saying that after XP, then 7, 8, 9, or are you saying X to refer to Windows 10? To clarify which one. I will definitely say the Windows 11 does have pros and cons. It does come with stuff, a lot of which you can turn off. But at the same time, it also comes with lots of improvements that aren't available in Windows 10. Does that mean you should switch off Windows 10 to 11? Nah, I don't. Like, if you're building a new PC, sure. If you're buying a new PC, probably just get the newer version. Would I say, nah, you already have a computer, should I buy the new version? No. I would not say that. Oh, no, I don't agree with that at all. No, I don't agree with that at all. Like, don't get me wrong, there's been some misses in there, but there is lots and lots and lots and lots of benefits we've gotten each version of Windows coming along. Now, like, with the 10 to 11, there's definitely an argument to be made that there is stuff in 11 that people don't really want, and not the average person that's going to be a power user is going to want to go through all the effort of, you know, making it go away. I've generally found in my time when it comes to dealing with people when it comes to Windows, it's new version bad, old version good, is the way I hear everyone state it, and it's like, no, you're ignoring a lot of benefits. Numbers says, same with old Macs, they're dropping the old versions as well, and this is why it really matters. DRM versions of games are best stored on your drive locally. DRM versions of games are best stored in your drive locally. I'm sorry, I'm missing the connection between those two. That's just a normal practice. Like, Mac is going to stop supporting its various operating systems, and will say, hey, stop using it. There is, you know, there is a cost. You know, there is absolutely a cost with supporting multiple operating systems, that you'll have to deal with different hardware configurations that are only available in certain stuff and stuff like that. Now, the issues that like we really have for Windows 11 that are kind of deal breakers is like hardware support and all that. That Windows 11 just went, oh, this old hardware? No. That old hardware? No. Like, there's not, you know, there's like just not a choice. You have to have these features, and if you don't have them, that's too bad. You know, new version bad because you struggle to learn it? That's the whole thing. If I'm gonna be real here with you, Hillets. If someone's unhappy about learning the new version because change is hard, jumping from Windows to Linux is going to be a very significant change by comparison to Windows to a new version of Windows. I've used Linux myself, but if their argument is, I don't want to change and learn a new thing, or like it takes me too long to learn a new thing, or whatever, it's around the change. Changing entire operating systems from start to finish is a much bigger step. Nothing wrong with Linux, but for that specific argument, it is definitely a swing and a miss. I also would not, like, very honestly, I would never recommend Linux to anyone who is not at least comfortable at being, like, a power user level. Will it work fine 99% of the time without problems? Sure. The moment something goes wrong, unless you really know what you're doing, you're not going to get nearly as much help or support from people around you when you start asking questions, all that. I'll go get a better sales pitch. Yeah, it's like... You just learned to update your own drivers a year ago? Yeah, then you are definitely not the target demographic for Linux. And again, no negative on Linux. I used to main Linux for a while. Like way back. Like Linux used to be my main go-to operating system, and I had Windows for gaming. But like all my college stuff and all that I was doing on Linux. Mostly because the computer I had for going to school and all that could not handle anything more than that. It was a real cheap computer. But Linux could, like, you could work perfectly effectively on Linux. You could game on Linux. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, it's not that you cannot operate on Linux and all that. But it is one of those things that you need to be prepared to put real time into also dealing with all the stuff that is Linux. You need to be comfortable being able to hop into terminal. You need to be comfortable, like, dealing with driver snafus and working through that. You need to be willing to deal with, well, this version of that thing doesn't work, so I got to get this support software to make that version of this thing work. It's better than it was, to be clear. But it's not just, you know, grab and go. You're gonna do some maintenance that is just getting things to work. I still personally, I do not recommend Linux for someone who is not very specifically comfortable dealing with that kind of stuff. And even for people who are, as far as like your desktop, you know, working at home and all that kind of stuff, I would still discourage Linux as like your main go-to. Now, can you do it? Sure, absolutely. But to me, I found people using Linux is because they hate Windows. Like it's not so much the merit of Linux so much as they don't like Windows. That's my personal experience. Now, for specialty use, like network switches, hardware, and all that, by all means, Linux makes more sense. It's very hard to install antivirus into Debian. Yeah. Yeah, no, Linux is definitely, you got to know what you're doing. And even then, you have to stop back and go, but is this, like, am I really using the time the way I want to? And it can be fine. If you want to do the IT side and all that, it can make sense. But, like, if you want to get home, you've been working IT all day, and you're like, you know what I want to do? I want to get home, not have to deal with any tech issues more than I absolutely have to, and play a game. Linux is the wrong move. And again, I haven't used it lately, but man, the number of times I had to do a bunch of work to like clean up this or that because random crap would just stop working. And you go, I want to hook up this device. Where's my driver? There isn't one that exists. I'm like, oh, well, that's great. That I understand is way better nowadays than it used to be. There was you had to almost like look for like the approved list of things. Did you use Ubuntu or Fedora? I've used Ubuntu, I've used Knoppix, I've used Red Hat, and there was another one in there. Oh, I can't remember what the last one was. Ubuntu was probably the one I ended up using the most because the micro Ubuntu install was the least overhead at the time. But this is going back again to like the days of netbooks. You know, laptops who had a processor in them that may as well have been an actual potato chip. I also used to be, actually I don't know if it's one I had to renew. I was Linux Plus certified. I don't remember if that's when you have to renew or that one that expires. I didn't end up doing a whole lot with it because there wasn't a single company I ran into who cared. Especially back then. It's like, I know Linux, and I kind of stare at you and like, why do you, like, what is that supposed to impress us? It's like, oh, sorry. It matters more nowadays because 90% of like the switches and routers and all that, like their interface is a lot of, well, not, I should say switches are. There's a lot of hardware nowadays that run microforms of Linux or otherwise like super stripped down proprietary forms of Linux and all that to you know, run the OS for that hardware. So there is a lot more Linux around now than there's ever been. But as far as like using an operating system at your home, I thought they were losing market share again. Like they had gained a bunch of ground, but over like the last 5-10 years, it's been slowly kind of creeping back down. Like, you know, only like fraction of a percent per year or whatever, so not meaningfully, but it's no longer on the rise. For again, daily driver for users. For hardware, it has been exploding. Because you can just strip it down to so little. Which is, to me, the sweet spot, like the magic of Linux. Is you can purpose build it for an individual thing and really have only exactly what you need. But then for like your personal gaming computer or workspace, I don't know. I had a buddy of mine who swore every year was going to be the year of Linux, and it was ever wrong every year. Hi, Quacks. How's it going? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Man, I remember... Like the hair... Well, thank you. Like, in person, it's really faded and not looking so great. But weirdly, just the way the lighting on the camera and all that works, it's definitely looks great on camera, but in person it's pretty bad. Are you going to speed time back up, or keep it like that? I'll probably speed time back up once this day is done. I probably could actually speed time back up now. The big thing is early on was doing all the other stuff. I had fallen so far behind. It was like, oh man, I do not want to have to drag this out today. On camera, 1010 would look at again. Well, thank you. White Jagger said, use Linux computer for your daughters. They have some nice options available for people learning computers. Yeah, no, if your intention is you want to like either you're into doing power user stuff or you're trying to learn power user stuff, there's certainly an argument to be made there. Hey, Steak, how's it going? But if you're someone who, by all means, it's not to say you're not tech savvy or anything like that, but if you're someone who you don't want to do power user activities, you want to go home, you want to get on your computer and then accomplish whatever the thing is you're trying to accomplish without dealing with computer stuff, you're generally going to have a better time with Windows or Mac or OS X. Now, granted, that doesn't mean you don't get headaches because either of those operating systems decide it's time to update and, flips the finger at you and says, we're doing this now because you put it off too long. But, generally speaking, Windows does an update on 2 Tuesdays a month, one for a security update, one for a feature update, and then as long as you don't sit there and hit, like, delay, it won't ever force it on you. Like, it'll be like, hey, I'm ready to update. And as long as, in the next week or so you go, okay, that's fine, you'll be fine. But otherwise you can put in your settings, like, not auto-update instantly or whatever. And it's only, I can't remember, something like 2 or 3 weeks that if you keep, not doing the update, it'll just automatically do it at some point. And you can turn that off, too, by the way. It's not super straightforward. It's power user kind of activity. It's also one I would personally discourage anyone from doing. Like, don't turn off your Windows updates. There's a reason. Are they annoying and inconvenient? Yes. Do you know what's more annoying and inconvenient? Having your entire computer get caught by some virus because you ignored a 0-day vulnerability that needed to be patched, and suddenly, you got bits by some bug that reformatted your hard drive and encrypted and said, pay us a ransom, and, maybe you'll get your data back. Well, I mean, you could also straight up disable your updates, but again, I would super discourage that. You don't have to go through like the hardcore things to disable update. You don't have to like go to your host lists and like put it on there. Yeah, 0 days are called 0 days for a reason. It's, oh crap, there are people actively exploiting this just discovered vulnerability right now, this very second. You probably should update. Oh yeah, no, I know you're trolling, but the problem is, people actually take that seriously and go, oh, there's the host list. For those who don't know what the host list is, it's basically a thing on your computer that kind of helps short-circuit DNS, which, if you don't know what DNS is, when you type in google.com, the computer doesn't speak in google.com. What the computer does is it looks up a record and goes, this is an IP address. It's the computer equivalent of a phone number. That's where Google lives. And it goes to that. So what you can do with the host list, you can say, don't look it up. I have it right here. And you can do stuff like, you know, websites that host ads. You can go, yeah. So that ad, it lives on my local hard drive, so don't worry about it. And so it instantly fails to find the ad, and you move on. There's other things you can do with it as well. But there are things you can do where, you know, certain things you don't want your computer checking for, you can be like, oh yeah, that's on my local hard drive, and it just instantly fails quietly. But, I think nowadays stuff like the host list, Windows will actually go through, and if you add stuff like Windows Update, it'll take it back off. And stuff like that, because it's like, you know, it assumes malware did it. Or I think Windows Defender, when it does, it's like, what's the check? They do a check for if your computer's having problems, and host list will one thing they'll check, because viruses used to rewrite your host list so that when you'd go, let me go to this antivirus website to, you know, sign up for the latest antivirus, then okie dokie over to a different version of the website that, you know, is going to scrape your information or whatever. Or it'll give you their virus-infested version of the software, or just won't work or whatever. They all had different things. Does your Russian regulator once banned localhost IP and it took them days for recovery? Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. You have tons and tons and tons of people doing viruses. Most viruses don't do anything particularly sophisticated. They just run one command or two commands, and that's kind of it. You know, or they just install a thing to mine Bitcoin or whatever the heck their goal is. But there are some that they get ridiculously involved. That was, oh, what the heck was the virus? It would have been like 2005. That had done something. Ah, man. It was the first one that had like a whole peer-to-peer thing that the virus set up, so the virus would effectively have a distributed network to self-update and everything. And when it came out, it was terrifying. It was like before botnets came out. Like as far as like a widespread thing. It was the first time they did like a distributed virus, like a properly one that it had authentication checks against its own updates. So you had to have the correct key pair just to run the update, or it would ignore it. And so like they had this whole hassle that, you know, usually they've been able to do stuff like the botnet kind of stuff where you can kind of push through an update that guts the virus, and the virus eats it up, guts it, and suddenly the virus no longer works. But they actually had authentication and everything set up for it. When I say authentication, it was they would look for a key and it'd have to find a match, and it would like rotate through. It had this list of like literally hundreds of thousands of domains. It would just randomly ping looking for the updates and all that if you tried to disable it in other ways. Like, it was a really sophisticated piece of tech. And for a lot of security experts, like going, oh crap, like the virus authors stopped being low effort. Look at this monstrosity. And it never did anything that bad in the long run. Like, it had all the tech to be something truly terrifying. But it never delivered that meaningful of a payload. Like, they proof of concept it, but never executed on actually doing something really scary with it. It was the opportunity they had that was just like, oh my god. Because I remember one of the places like we got bit by it, that it was a 0-day virus. Sorry, I was checking some. It was a 0-day virus vulnerability they hit. I can't remember, something like certain processors or whatever, but it ended up getting patched by Windows. in the stopgap, that it got hit the 0-day worm kind of thing, which means you as a user did nothing. It just showed up.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
And it was one of those ones that, for the sophistication behind it, once it got onto your network, it actually had a number of ways it would deploy to other machines. It had like ways it would try to check other computers on the network to pass the virus over to other computers directly over the network if you had certain technologies opened up. So it was taking advantage of other vulnerabilities that, while those weren't 0-day, they were new enough that people who weren't updating Windows were getting bit by it. It would also, any USB thumb drive you'd put in there, it would add itself to that USB thumb drive and try to hide itself in there. So then if you had a computer on your network that was infected, and you put in a USB thumb drive and then put it in another computer, congratulations, that second computer would also end up getting infected as well. You know, there's more to it than that, like how things get loaded on those. And it was just this whole thing, they were going, my god, what is this? That they had done so much tech. I think they ultimately did get the person who wrote it, but there's just so much there. And it was terrifying that we saw all these ideas bundled into one virus. We're like, oh my god, this is going to be like the new arms race in malware, that every other virus is going to be like this because this person's made this. You're going to have someone reverse engineer it, or they're going to sell the code to someone, and it's just going to be out there, and every virus is going to be this giant thing. And luckily, that didn't come to fruition. It was this terrifying thing, and it was not repeated on that kind of a level. It's kind of like there was, oh man. I'm trying to remember. There was a bomb that someone made. It's like you see in movies where there's these like elaborate bombs where if you you move the bomb, it sets off. If you do this, it sets off. It has to be kept in a certain time. Like, you know, these super sophisticated bombs that are like, they have, you know, the hero trying to like get the evidence of, like, get the story of how to disable the bomb as this like ridiculously advanced thing. And like in real life, that doesn't happen. But they did have one case where this person had made that whole ridiculous thing. Hey, Ezekiel! How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Are you talking about Stuxnet? Was that the virus? Stuxnet sounds familiar. I don't think that's the one I'm thinking of. But welcome in, raiders. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that kind of good stuff. And what were we playing? Can I get a shout out for Ezekiel, by the way? What were we playing and all that good stuff? Ezekiel is an art creator I am in lots of circles with. Lots of chit-chat and all that kind of stuff. Playing some Final Fantasy 14. So playing Final Fantasy 14 online. Good times. But needing to get themselves a snack. But yeah, so definitely check out Ezekiel. Fantastic content creator on the platform. And all that good stuff. So definitely over there. Some of the other games they play, let me actually pull up the list. Some of the other games they play is Dead by Daylight and Hunt Showdown. So good times, good times. You missed dinner? Got to circle back there. Yeah, go eat your food. Stuxnet actually did something though. Yeah, that was the thing. The virus I'm talking about, I cannot remember. Yeah. Well, and for the record, the virus I was talking about, a lot of the stuff it did, it wasn't that it hadn't been done before. Like the authentication thing to self-update live, I believe that was fairly new tech. But the vast majority was just taking a bunch of ideas and then putting them together in like one really well-made package. And like I said, it didn't end up, I think, long, like later after people had already patched it and dealt with it and done all this sort of stuff. I think eventually they did something with it. But compared, like, I think it was one of those ones that was just a virus that deployed another virus after a long time. But by then, like, everyone had, you know, cleaned their networks, get rid of everything. So it ended up not really doing much damage. But it was one of those things that was like a super sophisticated worm for the time. And it would have been around the same time. Like, again, 2005, 2008 is what I'm thinking. I remember it had some cute name, and it made, like, all sorts of waves. I don't think it was Stuxnet, though. There's been a lot of impressive viruses over the years. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to take 2 seconds to quickly use the restroom and grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. Alright, sorry about that. We definitely don't want this worker working any longer than absolutely possible because I have no money. Yeah, stepping away cost me 52 in-game bucks of the $100 we had. Let's see. Oh yeah, we can allow that one. Alright. Yeah, so USB stuff is stuck there, was pretty normal. Its sophistication was, it specifically was looking to cripple centrifuges in Iran. Yeah, that is not the virus we're talking about in this particular case. So, I remember the virus I was talking about, I was working local government at the time, and we got bit by it, because a lot of people, you might be describing My Doom, I haven't heard, like, that's not a name I recognize. My Doom is not one I know, off the top of my head. But, I'll probably after stream, I'll end up looking it up and I'll find the name and I'll explain. Like I said, it ended up being one of those things that was terrifying but didn't do anything, which is probably the reason it's hard to find. Is a lot of times people rank the viruses and how bad they were by the damage they do. It was around 2005 and didn't ever do much. Okay, I mean, that would fit the description and the time frame. But I do remember what ended up happening was it got into a lot of people's, like, it infiltrated a lot of people's stuff. Like, it was a very, very prolific virus. It was one of those things that, it's like when you talk about, like, medical viruses, like colds and all that, you have some that, you know, are extremely dangerous, you get it, you're basically on a death sentence. But then you have other ones, almost every single person gets, and it's kind of just, eh. Like, you have all sorts of viruses you get in real life, as in the human being, that literally don't do anything, but you technically got infected. The virus, it just replicates and goes away. Like, it's just not a thing that you care about. It's just so minor. And so it ended up being kind of like that. Like, you know, the weakest version of the common cold where, yeah, there was a minor performance hit you'd take because of the virus doing the virus shenanigans, but otherwise it just tried to lay low. And so it was, like, scary in the fact it was so prolific and there was so much sophistication and how it would move around and deploy and update and all that. And I remember there was a back and forth where the person who was writing the virus was issuing it updates and everyone was trying everything to stop it, like registering a whole bunch of the domains that were on its giant list of potential domains. Because I want to say at the beginning it only had like 1,000 or 10,000 domains that it could possibly hit to try and find an update. And then when they started doing that, the person who was running the virus deployed an update that added, like, made it like 10 million, like, programmatically generated domains it could do or some, like, nonsense. Yeah, My Doom got everywhere and just never did anything, as I recall. Yeah, that would describe the virus. I'm curious if it's the same one. Because symptomatically it sounds the same, but I definitely don't recognize the name My Doom. And I know this other one, if someone gave me the actual name for it, I'd be like, that's the one. It could also be maybe it had different names in different places, or it had a name for the time, but like then the name kind of got changed, like, you know, because we figured out who made it, so it got named after the person who made it versus whatever the heck name it had before. I don't really know. But I remember it was one of those ones that, like, almost everyone got bit by it. And we were fortunate when I was working local government, because we had broken our network up, so they couldn't talk across the network, but it was using stuff like VLANs and all that. So we had, you know, the fire department was in one part of the network, the police department was another part of the network. You had, like, the various city functions were just, like, you know, water services and all that was a separate part of the network. And I remember it was like the generic, you know, city part got bit. And once we realized we had malware on it, we cut the network to the other locations, and they didn't end up getting infected. Though we had our people who are liaisons in the other buildings, you know, checking everything, and, like, shut down massive portions of the network because, you know, there was no update yet, and if you had anyone on your network got it, like, the thing just whipped around your entire network, and who knew what this thing was gonna do? Like, it just come out. We didn't know if, you know, a day was going to go by and it was going to wipe all the hard drives, or we didn't really have the idea of ransomware. It hadn't really picked up quite yet. But, you know, there's lots of sensitive information we had to worry about that, you know, who knew if this thing was going to get in there, get some sensitive information and phone home, or what it was going to do. So we, like, there was definitely a panic where we just kind of pulled the plug on all the side networks. And then the main network, we literally shut down the main switch and everything, so like every computer was off the network, just in their own boxes, and just had to go through in one room at a time, clean up every single computer in the room, double and triple check to make sure that room, every computer was sorted, that room's allowed back on the network, go to the next room, and we had to talk to each and every staff member, and like, if you plug in a USB key in this computer, we will break your hands. Don't do it. How old am I, if you mind asking? I won't say my actual age, like my exact age. I am in my 30s. I am in the later part of my 30s is what I will say. And it's just because if I give specific ages and all that, you know, the more sensitive information you give out as far as quantity, the easier and easier it is for people to dox you. And while if someone is like really, really motivated, they can certainly figure it out. At the same time, I don't want to make it easier for them. People get weird. But yeah, I'm not too far from 40. But it is one of those things that like we had to go through, and it was like 2-3 days of just one room at a time, bringing the whole thing back up. And I think our best guess of what had happened, we don't know for sure who actually was the one who brought on the network to begin with. But we had an individual who had problems on their home computer that morning. I think they were trying to print out an assignment for their kid or whatever. I don't remember what it was, but it's something they were trying to do. And they said, okay, well, let me just bring it in. I'll just use the work printer real fast. So while they're at work, and I don't know if they're going to meet for lunch. I don't remember the details. It's been 15 plus years, almost 20 years, dear God. But what ended up happening was they went in and, you know, they put the USB in their computer. I don't know if they ever got it printed or not. I don't remember those details. But we do believe what had happened is they had gotten infected. Their computer may have been temperamental or whatever, had a problem, and they didn't have the time to look at it. Because the virus did cause some performance issues when it was doing all its shenanigans, but then, you know, kind of just laid low after that. So I'm assuming they tried to, like, do stuff at the beginning of the day, had problems printing, came to work, plugged in their USB, and that was that. You know, at that point, 0-day virus, there wasn't a security update to prevent it. Put in the USB, got on the network. Once it was on the network, it did all the nefarious things it was going to do to get itself around. But it was a very tedious couple of days with everything shut down, and you had to like be absolutely as careful as you possibly could, because if you accidentally put one of those computers back on the network that had the virus, it would have just gone back around again, because we didn't have an actual fix for the 0-day yet. But it was definitely one of those ones where it's like, you know, we have a policy about not bringing USB keys from at home. If we catch you after this, there's gonna be hell to pay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because that's how it was getting onto most people's networks. Is people bringing USB keys from at home, or taking their laptop home, hooking it up to the network, then bringing their laptop back to work, and then plugging it in and getting around that way. We were fortunate at the time. We didn't give out my laptops. Code enforcement had a laptop because they needed it, and I think some of our water people had laptops, but that was the only people in the main building. Everyone else, it was desktop. You did your work in the office, because we were dealing with all sorts of confidential records and all that type of stuff. You know, literally because the Space Center was in the area and everything, we occasionally even had top secret stuff we had to worry about. So they're like, no, you are not accessing this remotely. And again, this is 20 years ago. Times have changed. We've got better security tech than we used to. The police had laptops, and those always were terrifying, because they could access a lot of potentially damaging personal information and whatnot that could be used against people and all that. But that was a necessity for their job. The good news is I think the entire time I worked there, only one police officer's laptop went missing, and it ended up not even being like a nefarious thing. There was just confusion kind of thing. I think the fire marshal may have had a laptop as well, but I don't think that had anything particularly sensitive on it. Not that I recall. That was mostly for, like, writing reports of when, you know, after a fire had gone on, they would have a bunch of paperwork they had to do, and it was just the paperwork is what they'd get. You know? And it's like being able to look up, yeah, a house burnt down over here. Not particularly much they could do about it. The damage is kind of already done. The house is kind of already burned down. Or severely damaged or whatever. You don't exactly need a report to really outline the details on it. You can kind of just look at it. Alright, so unfortunately, I'm going to have to get more seeds. Which does mean I'm going to have to sell a tiny bit more bread. I didn't want to do that, but we are, as the kids say, broke. I don't think the kids actually say that. That's fine. Unintentionally, that seems to be a value of getting those giant rail things. Good. So we can sell this flour. The flour makes way more sense for me to sell than it does for me to sell the bread. The bread is the big bucks. The flour is the moderate bucks. And then the wheat is the low bucks. And then the straw is the... Look, it's technically bucks. Is this a rags to riches situation? Yes. So we're doing like a Survivor Man challenge where we started with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream. And by that I mean I technically had a tile of land we got as well. So, you know, it's 85,000. But that's because literally you can't play the game without owning a piece of land or using mods that allow you to circumvent that requirement. But, so we did start with $0 and a chainsaw. And we have currently worked up to the point we have a bakery, we have a granary, we have 4 decent-sized fields. I've got this nice large tractor, I've got a medium 100 horsepower tractor, and a teeny tiny itty bitty 25 horsepower tractor. That was our starting one that we got early on. And we have just been doing our best with that. We do have a whole bunch of like random pieces of equipment. But, you know, there's all that. So one more thing of seeds should do it. And we have been going along with this. The big thing we pulled off today is we now have a seeder that's not microscopic. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Sounds like you've been busy. Do you post to YouTube as well? So yeah, so all of the VODs from this, I'm actually currently streaming to YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. All of the platforms. I just suddenly was like, oh my god, am I streaming? I've not yet forgotten to stream to YouTube for anything that mattered. But I do absolutely go, oh crap, did I actually start it? Pretty much twice a night. But yeah, so all the VODs are on YouTube under the live section. I am working on edited videos to put up of different runs, but you know, this will be just as a VOD. Was it the Kid Flicker outbreak? Yes, Kid Flicker. That's the one I'm thinking of. Kid Flicker is the one I'm thinking of. That's just like where people are saying the names, I'm like, nah, that's not it. It was Kid Flicker. That thing was a booger. It didn't do anything. I think it did like 1 or 2 things towards the end, but like for the most part, it was pretty meh. Where did I drop? There it is. Yeah, Kid Flicker was a pain in the butt. Well, thank you. I appreciate the sub. It does help. I've been trying to still establish my audience on the art platforms. Twitch is my main platform. That said, I certainly want to do what I can in all the platforms. Certainly having people in more than one place will absolutely help. Because especially, you never know what the future holds. If Daddy Bezos says, you know, decides one day that Twitch will have, you know, 40 minutes of ads per hour unless you pay 80 bucks an hour to watch, not going to happen. But just insert, you know, insert doomsday scenario, then suddenly my audience disappears. You know, the more I can diversify my audience into multiple platforms, the easier it is to recover from that. Because like right now, if just tomorrow Twitch said, yeah, we're turning off the lights, you know, sorry, Daddy Bezos said we're done, I would honestly probably not be content creating anymore. Like, I don't have a following on the other platforms, I would absolutely need to like right now, I'm not looking for other jobs right now, but I always keep feelers out just in case. You never know when your dream job will show up, kind of thing. Not that I have a particular thing in mind as a dream job, but it would go from, you know, here's this passive thing I got going out just in case an opportunity that's amazing pops by, which if that did happen, right, like the job thing, I'd still content create, just change my hours, but it would go from that to, you know, drop everything. I need to make something happen right now. As it would be the same if, you know, if you have your income and suddenly your primary income went away. Anyone in the same spot is like, oh, it's time to figure out the plan B. Or, you know, whatever. You used to work fully remote since COVID. You use virtual workplaces, just connect and with a device and you're good to go. No info could get there from you. Nothing can be downloaded from there. Yeah, like the worst you can run into for the most part with that kind of situation, at least with my understanding of what we've got right now, is they could record your screen and potentially grab sensitive information through screenshots. Very unlikely. Because otherwise, you know, they can hose your local computer. But there's not a whole lot they could do going through there. I mean, they could also do something where they seize control of your computer, but that would require a very targeted attack where they know what they're... Oh, that's annoying. I didn't think about the fact that that seed thing is so far forward. That's fine. We'll just turn around and back onto it. Like, they could take control of your computer kind of thing, but even that, not that big of a worry. Not realistically. And Saint Spork, I'm doing pretty well. Like, I don't, like... From the security standpoint, unless you're dealing with something like nuclear codes or something, that wouldn't be a thing I'd even worry about. I mean, they'll spoil that they're working on Avatar 4, but that is what it is. That Avatar 3, there's not bothering. 4 is the real number. Yeah, that's exactly what Satyrical's saying. It's like, you don't actually have access to a lot of the direct stuff. You do have access to seeing it via proxy, but unless you're going to seize control of the computer and, like, physically use it, which obviously if you have the person just sitting there watching you do it, they're going to panic and either pull the plug, like the physical power plug or something like that, you're not going to get very far. So as far as, like, there's when you're talking security, there's two types of situations you deal with: the likelihood of an attack and the severity of the attack. And both of those are things to factor in. If you are extremely likely to have an attack that has, like, a next to zero severity, it's not that big a deal. If you are, you know, super duper to the point of statistically impossible likelihood to get hit with an attack of a extreme severity, maybe you deal with that, but probably still not a big deal. But anywhere in between is where you gotta start paying attention. That if it's like a fairly likely attack of a decent severity, that's like, those are your big concerns. The ones it's both probable and very damaging. And then the more it is on either of them, the more serious you take it. But yeah, that setup where you're basically remoting into a computer that has access to everything, but you yourself really don't. That is actually a pretty good security layer for massively reducing the severity. Obviously, you actually having remote work on your home and all that, you actually increase the risk. You have a higher likelihood of an attack happening because you're expecting users to maintain their crap at home by themselves, and they don't. But so you have a higher likelihood, but the severity is so low. You know, me, if I was the network admin, would be like, yeah, it's fine. Like, unless you're talking about, like, nuclear codes or something are being put on the screen that you can somehow magically put in remotely, please let that never be a thing that exists in the real world. Like, right now it doesn't. Please let it never be a thing that exists in the real world, that someone can remote into the nuclear football and, you know, hit some buttons and suddenly nuclear war. But unless you're talking anything below that kind of level severity, eh. Like the worst they could do is leak information, which that's always a risk. Honestly, I would be more concerned about someone convincing one of my existing staff members to tell them about the new information, because that is a far more probable attack vector. There's the screenshots. Another company took screenshots what people were doing 5 seconds on their corporate PCs in the office. Your colleague killed the process and he said it was annoying. Had a hard time explaining his reasons to his security department. I actually have real big problems. It's usually not for that kind of thing, but I have real big problems for, like, the people who do the mouse and keyboard detection and all that kind of stuff to see if their employees are, you know, actually working during their hours and all that kind of garbage. As, like, even if I'm the security expert, I'm going to say cut that crap off, like, because one, I fundamentally don't agree with it, but also two, it's like, this is a thing that will cause your users to start downloading mouse wigglers and all sorts of stuff, which are going to be just begging for malware to get on your network. Just, are they getting their job done? Yes. Then it's none of your business what they do, like what hours they work. If they're making it to their meetings and they're getting their work done, you paying them to do what? Are they getting it done? Congratulations, the transaction is fair. You said $10,000 for this period of time. I'm going to pay you to do Y. Did you get Y done? Congratulations, you got your $10,000 worth. The whole, but we need to maximize the efficiency of our employees. No, that's not the agreement. I didn't agree to put 150% into my every single day at work. What I agreed is I'm going to make you 20 modules every X amount of time. If I give you more than that, congratulations, you got a freebie. But that is our arrangement. Is I am going to give you X amount of stuff for Y amount of money. You know, obviously it's not usually quite that transactional so far as being able to actually quantify every little detail. But the point is, we have an agreement on you expect a certain amount of work and I expect a certain amount of pay, as long as we're both being honest with each other. If I have to put in 40 hours, it's none of your business. If I have to put in 20 hours, it's none of your business. If I had to put in 60 hours, then we start having a problem. Because there's legal stuff involved with that. But outside of that scenario, actually, I need to pick that back up. Because I have to put it behind me. You know, it's none of your business. I cannot stand places that are like, but we could get more out of our employees by just, you know, getting them to take shorter breaks. It's, dude. If you need more people to get stuff done, hire more people. If you want to get more done in the same amount of time, you, by all means, you could spend money to figure out ways to improve the efficiency. But, like, don't sit there and do this crap. Back at saying, social engineering is a power hacking tool. Very scary, very dangerous. Oh yeah, I love when there's the whole thing that they'll be like, latest hack, you know, person social engineers admin password out of network administrator and breaches this data and yada yada, $1 million of damage or whatever. And so they'll be like, that's not real hacking. It's like, hey, do you know what they did? They bypassed security. Guess what? They did a better job than 99% of hackers. So I don't care that you think it's real or not. They did the damage. They achieved the goal, and it is a real effective attack vector. Like, the vast majority of the most horrible data breaches that have happened have been social engineering. People are absolutely a weak point. Insane Spork saying, you want to maximize my efficiency? Let me look at my cat and dog videos for a few minutes and I'll be more efficient. Oh yeah, no, that's a thing. Like, there's been, we've been having study after study after study after study after study that are like, hey, you know, if you cut a person's work week down to, like, from the 40 hours that it's kind of become, like, the de facto to, like, 32, like, the exact amount they'll argue whether, like, 32 is better or 36 is better or 28 is better. But it is one of those things that they found that actually cutting people's hours back and just, you know, giving them their basic necessities taken care of that people are significantly better overall product. Not at a rate, literally get more done cumulatively total than if you work them the 40 hours. And there's a whole lot that goes into that. For like example, I could talk of the length of software developers. The more hours you make me work and the more fatigued I get, the higher likely it is I am going to add a bug to the code by just honest mistakes because I'm getting tired and fatigued. Bugs, as they get farther and farther and farther into production, get exponentially more expensive to deal with. That it gets worse and worse and worse. If you catch a bug right when it happens in your code, it's never been deployed, it's not a blip on the radar. It costs you a fistful of pennies. Whatever couple of seconds of time got wasted. If a bug gets to like your early phase testing, well, now you've got the developer has to fix it, and you got hopefully a QA or whatever testing person in there, and you've kind of cost them both time. Again, not that big a deal. You're up to like $10s, $20s, maybe $100, depending on how long it takes to do that. Usually it's pretty mild. But then when you get to the point where it starts getting to like production, that's where a bug can cost from, go from costing you 10, 20, maybe $1,000 before that to potentially being your business is now shutting down because they lost tens of millions of dollars because, dear God, you just purged your production database and your backup didn't work. Or you did this thing that leaked all of your users' data publicly, and so now you have pretty much every imaginable government coming after you for egregious violation of their local laws. So it's very important you make sure things are right. Obviously, that's a more extreme than likely example, but it does happen. But the point is, giving people a bit more time off reduces the likelihood of these types of mistakes happening significantly, so you end up saving a lot more money. And they usually will get more total work done because they can work at a more sustainable rate, and they're not going back and after doing all sorts of bug fixes, which usually take more time than getting it right in the first place. And again, the farther you're along in your procedure and all that, if I'm very early in the procedure, before anyone else has had to interact with my bug, I can go and patch it up, and literally the only person's time that was wasted was my own. Versus if I've got it on the test build and it's been there for a while and a whole bunch of other people are writing their code against my own, and then the bug surfaces later that I've made this mistake, not only do I have to potentially fix my own code, but everyone's code who's attached to mine, depending on it, may or may not have to tweak their code. Quick says, bug burnout is like the biggest struggle I've faced as a programmer. It takes you a week or two to recover. It's terrible. Oh yeah, no, that's So I've done software development for over 15 years, and it was what was going to potentially be my last job. Is I ended up working a job that I had a really crappy boss that made everything as stressful as it possibly could be. That everything was like, buckle down, the world is ending level severity, even if it didn't matter at all. Like, it physically didn't matter. It wasn't going to cost the company a penny or make the company a penny. It was just whatever the boss decided was urgent in that given moment. And like, I generally started having health problems because of the amount of stress I was under. And to the point that Tumu was even like, quit your job, we'll figure it out. Like, I didn't end up quitting it then, but I did ultimately leave that job with the intent of going into public education. I was so burnt out, I couldn't even think about doing developer work anymore. And I had just stayed in that job for way too freaking long. I'd seen all the red flags early on. I was like, nah, it can't be that bad. And, so me taking the job wasn't a mistake. I didn't know what I didn't know going in, so far as what the actual situation was there. Me staying in the job, despite seeing red flags, was my mistake. That was the point where I had the information I needed to do to make an informed decision, and ignored the information. That's when I made my mistake. Because having something not work out because you lacked information that you couldn't reasonably get, that's not a mistake, that's just things not working out. But what ultimately ended up happening was I started pursuing going into public education, which here in the state of Florida, going from a technical background to getting into the point of being able to be a teacher is a colossal cluster, because you have to demonstrate that there's a job that you can go into, that someone is hiring you for a job. before you can get the thing saying that you'd get, you know, the credentials you need to get the job. But of course, you need the credentials to get the job for them to hire you. You get the problem. The shortcut they did doesn't make sense because it's a chicken and the egg. You need someone to be willing to take you on the hope you'll be able to get the thing you need, and you can't get the thing you need until the person willing to do that. It's a huge disaster. I don't know if it's different now, but that's what it was like when I was going through that time. But I got fortunate that a recruiter I had worked for many years prior had reached out just checking in to see how I was doing. And I really liked working with this lady. Usually did a lot of contract stuff with her on the side. But, you know, we're touching base, and I was basically like, you know what? I think I'm done with dev. It's like, I'm tired, I'm frustrated, I don't want to do this anymore. You know, the passion is gone, and I'm going to go into teaching. And, you know, she was, like, asking just genuine information, because she's like, yeah, you know, I don't work in education, so, like, I won't be able to help you with any of this. But, like, you know, I'd like to know more information. And she got talking, and she's like, okay, hear me out. I have an idea that's something that you cannot torch, you know, all this job experience you have, like, not just leave it behind you. You can go into education and do the thing that you're passionate about, and you can get best of both worlds. And she knew a company that was looking for someone. She wasn't sure if they were looking for them right now or whatever. She's like, I don't work with this company. Like, I'm getting nothing for this. Like, this is me that I like the people over there. They're wonderful. They need a person. You need a job. Like, you know, there's that. And, like, she didn't get a dime from it. Because, you know, while she was a recruiter, this was just her doing a favor to two different parties that she liked a lot. Which, granted, did end up being more business for her later because she ended up being brought on as a recruiter for them for a while, but that was an unknown and unexpected at the time. But she's like, you should talk to them. And, you know, I just reached out, I was like, hey, like, here's what I'm looking for, here's what's going on. I understand that you might be looking for this role. They didn't have it posted anywhere. It's like, you might be looking for someone who could do this and this. I am over-credentialed, out the yin-yang for what you're looking for. But, you know, here's what I want, here's what I'm looking for, and all that. And I ended up going in for a job interview, and it was the weirdest job interview I'd ever done. Because, like, did the typical thing where you kind of talk chop for all that. They got to feel it for the personality. We went through some of the tech that, you know, I had to demonstrate knowledge in. And then the person who's interviewing was like, hang on, I want to introduce you to everyone who works here. And so I'm still, like, a person who's potentially going to be hired, and I'm, like, meeting 50-plus people one by one. It's like, well, this is Dave, he works over here. This is Sarah, she works here. You know, there's this. And just, introducing me to everyone in this building. And I'm like, I don't even know what to happen. Am I hired? What is going on right now? And the person's like, yeah, we're hiring you. It's like, you've already let us know what you want, and we're down to pay it. Like, it's like, it would be stupid for us to not hire you. It's like, you're more than what we were looking for. You've got, like, a combination of experience that we couldn't beg, cheat, or steal to get. Like, this is, like, an absolute win for us. I'm like, it's a win for me. And it's, like, my favorite job I've ever worked with that job, too, so it was a win for me. And I went through and all that, and we had a whole bunch of, like, formalities we had to go through and all that, because there was they were supposed to be in a hiring freeze, but, you know, some hiring freezes are more frozen than others. Certain exceptions can be made if people are motivated enough. And so, like, we went in this whole thing and ended up working the job for, man, like, at that location itself, 3, 4, 5 years, and then it got acquired, and the first acquisition was good. Well, I mean, it wasn't good, it wasn't bad. That's the way I'll phrase it. It was different. And so I ended up putting a total of like 8, 9 years in with the company, and then they had a second acquisition, which ruined everything. Like, straight up ruined it as a company. It's not even relevant anymore. Not like it used to be. It used to be the leader of its entire market. And now it is a ghost of what it itself was, but technically more profitable. Technically. Alright, so with that, everything should be fertilized. Hey, Bag, how's it going? And everything's fully fertilized? Yeah, so if people were asking earlier, when you're like, how do I know if it needs lime? You look at it, and you see if you, like, right below me, it says needs lime. It also says needs rolling. technically you could roll it to get more yield, but the rollers cost like 50,000, and my understanding is it's like a negligible amount more, so it's not worth your time. Alright, so that means we are done with all 3 fields have been fertilized. That is correct, and they have been sown, and all the other things. How much do you end up making with the straw? I don't know, because I end up having to sell a bunch of it early, because we bought the bigger cedar before I had the money, because I was like, I'm stubborn, I want this stupid cedar, I'm really tired of using this 3-meter wide cedar. So we did sell it prematurely, and I sold a bunch of stuff at the greenhouse prematurely. We definitely hurt the total money we're going to get out of it. It wasn't bad, though. At the reduced sell price, we probably made... So it's about 500, probably 6,000? No, probably more than that, probably like 8,000. Yeah, so it was good. It was worth it. Versus if I had waited, I could probably gotten closer to like 12. I don't know what I'm doing. All right, right now, so what we're doing is we are disconnecting this. We are grabbing onto this trailer to grab the bread. Sorry, was the cedar? So, I would say the switching to collecting the straw is worth it in the sense of oh man, that's gonna be annoying. It's fine. You should be able to look at the finance menu to find out. Yeah, well, the problem is I sold a whole bunch of other stuff too. That's the issue. I have muddied the information because I sold a bunch of stuff. Sold a bunch of stuff from the greenhouse. I sold a little bit of bread, just like 1 or 2 pallets of bread, and a bunch of flour and all that. So I'm not really going to be able to break out just how much it made. It was not bad. Like it will pay for itself in a fairly reasonable time frame. You thought they broke it down? So there is some breakdown to it if we go to here. So you can go to like yesterday. Sold products, so it'd be 23,000. Oh, actually that could be. Yeah, so maybe it is the 12,000. All right, so it might be more than I thought. Yeah. So that's still not gonna be bad. You know, we get probably, if I sold at the correct period of time, probably 16,000 is what I would guess I would get out of the straw per year. You know, and we'd probably get a little bit more because we wasted about 10% of our big field because I didn't set it up the first time. So let's say 17,000. So probably 17,000 a year. The thing cost us, was it 40,000? So it would take, you know, probably realistically 3 seasons, but then the 3rd season, you know, we'd have extra. So that's not too shabby, paying itself off in a couple years. You could certainly do worse. And I do realize the tractor is in a terrible state of repair and all that. I am in the predicament I can't afford to repair it. I mean, I could sell that flour and all that to repair it now, but I would get a lot less out of it, so I'm going to try and just sell just enough that we don't end up having to dip in too much. Okay, so I will have to dip in today. We are in the negatives, which means I believe what happens when you go in the negatives is a bunch of your buildings will basically shut down. They won't be producing because there's no money for them to use. But if I just go and I sell this stuff over here, it should be better. Because we should be getting pretty close to when things are good. So we're going to miss out on about the 20,000 I would get out of the greenhouse had I not sold. But like I said, we kind of just made that into a cedar prematurely. Nah, me wish losing a bunch of games you're gonna buy. What cedar? Let's see, what cedar do I have now? I have it's a red one that is, 6 meters wide. So I didn't get the big one. is going to take me forever. So I got it was, I think, 67,000 for the seeder and then 18,000 for the thing to actually hold the seeds in it. So it is twice as wide as what I was using. So certainly I would have liked to get bigger, but the next bigger one to look at, like the 10, I think it was like 10 or 12 meter wide one, was like 165,000 or some nonsense. $109. What happened? I bought a seeder. That's what happened. I spent almost, actually more than 80,000. I spent probably about $82,000 on equipment. But yeah, and that's one of those things. It probably, in a certain thing, it probably made more sense for me to save up for the 200,000. But I'm looking at it as I got the bigger seeder. We can go about twice as fast now. So I think my next purchase is going to be another area of land. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's the seeder we got. So this is the seeder we got. And then I have this for the seed storage. So that is the KUHN HR6040 RCS. Is auto-loading the items on the trailer a mod? Yes. That is the Universal Auto-Loader mod. It is the only mod I am running. Because otherwise, this is Forklift Simulator, and it gets very tiring. Does it fertilize at the same time? No, it does not. The one that fertilizes at the same time would have cost me a lot more. I can get this tiny, tiny little 3-meter one that fertilizes at the same time. But then I'm going from 3 meters to 3 meters, and I'm trying to cut the time, because it takes me no time to fertilize. Like with the giant fertilizer thing, I can just do, like, it doesn't even take me like two in-game hours or whatever, just blast through fertilizing, because the giant solid fertilizer I have just goes through really fast. Oh yeah, I needed to lime those fields. Oh, well, that's too late for that. Same thing I did last year. I actually don't know how much the lime hurts you to not do it. We're still getting pretty good yield. But I do need to remember to do that, because I know that does penalize you. We noticed it last season, and I was supposed to do it this one, but we were at the point I still need to plow my fields at the end of last stream. To be fair, if I'd done that, I wouldn't have gotten the bigger seeder, so maybe that's a win. Can I repair now? Let's not worry about repairing now. Like right now, me repairing doesn't change much, because the only you think lime is minus 15? Gotcha. What is the maximum yield you can have percent-wise? I know you can see 100%, which is usually what we're after 2 rounds of fertilizer. But like, can you go up to 150% or something like that? I never bothered to try that. Like, or does it cap out at 100%? It's just genuinely something I have no idea one way or the other about. Precision farming, you can get to 125. Alright, so the question though is, what about not precision farming? Because we're not on precision farming. So you're good. You are getting low on wheat. You're still 2/3 full. So we're trying to get to, so straw, we're not looking at anymore. We had to sell it all. So bread is very beginning of January, and you were very beginning of February? Yes. Okay. I mean, it doesn't matter. We sold most of it. The very beginning of January is when we sell our, Oh, you think it's just 100%? Okay, so if I fertilize at 100%, then that's capped out. It honestly means I can probably just ignore all of it. So you can cap out at 200% with all the bonuses? Yeah, I have no idea. I've not sat down at any point and done the math. New Mad Max movie in 2024? Alright. You surprised it took that long? There's been a like it's weird where they decide what to and not to prioritize for what reasons. A lot of times it could be that they feel it's too attached to a specific actor. Okay. So if we sell immediately at the start of February, we get the maximum dollar, because otherwise I gotta wait till... No, let's just sell it. Because technically I can get slightly more, but the speed at which that drops, I think it starts at midnight on. Says you can fertilize twice up to 100%. My bad. Yeah, that's the whole thing. So grab those. I think we sell. Because I think the time starts where it starts dropping at midnight. So if you go and you wake up in-game at like 8 or 6 or whatever, you've already had the price drop a bunch. So we grab this and we sell this today. And we can make this happen. Yeah, so my assumption is if you didn't want to fertilize twice, you would have the choice of doing the roller and the lime. The lime is minus 15%. Okay, so that would mean I'm at 85% kind of thing, because I would have the 100% minus 15. I mean, it's fine, it's too late, I can't fix it. I gotta wait till the next season and all that. And you might go, oh no, you have so little bread. This is not gonna be good at all. Except I got a whole bunch more bread right there, because I had to dip into it just a little bit. So there's 14,000 bread. And over here is probably somewhere in the ballpark of like 30,000 maybe? Bread is bank. Oh yeah. That's like very much in the game production lines are where the money's really at. Do you not want to stack this? It's fine. And so what I mean by that is you could take wheat and make it into flour, and it'll give you a little extra money. Like, it'll give you 1.5 your money you'd get on your wheat. But then if you take the wheat, or the flour, and you take it to bread, you get about 1.5 what you get out of the flour. So you kind of just sit there and keep multiplying. And so it doesn't end up being like 175 or whatever. It ends up being significantly higher, because it's multiplicative, not additive. So if I got $2 per unit, and then I made it into flour, I'd get $3, and if I did again, I'd get $4.50. So we're at 42,000. So basically, we're at the same amount of money we started stream, but we've got a seeder that's twice as big as the seeder we had. The downside is I don't have a giant mountain of stuff to sell. But on the other side, we already have our crop down. But that's the whole thing, and why we push so hard to get the bakery to happen. It is one of those things that every new thing I'm adding is giving me just that much more money every year. And every bit more money I'm making every year is that much more I can invest to getting more money each year. I have a lot of flour in this building. I was not watching. We have 21,000 units of flour in here. Okay. So let's keep the bakery topped off. Okay. And as the day goes on, what resources does the bakery need altogether? For just the bread, flour. Like just flour. If you want to make cake, cake is a whole thing. It needs milk, it needs eggs, it needs strawberries, it needs sugar. I can't remember if it needs flour or not. It is a whole experience. Yeah, so cake is
Take a sip.
2 flour, 2 sugar,
What's the worst that
2
could
milk, 2 eggs, 2 butter, 2 strawberries makes 5 cake. And the price of cake, which I'm assuming is going to be absolutely ridiculous, is 3,600 per unit. Why are you... Okay, it's just stuck remote. Cake, make a million cakes challenge? You could probably make... Well, I mean, okay, making a million cakes. Like, making a million money in cake is probably easy. Making a million cakes... Okay, at 5... At 5... Well, actually, because it's by liter. That actually might not be as bad as you'd think. It depends on, like, how many liters of, like, chicken eggs or milk or whatever you get for a duration of time. Like, if in a year I could produce, you know, 50,000 liters of chicken eggs, I don't know what's reasonable, then that would be probably pretty easy. I mean, to be fair, it's still going to take a lot to set it up. 1 million cakes are nothing. Alright, so our granary is empty. It no longer has nothing to do. We've ran out of wheat. I believe in you. I mean, I don't even think it'd be like that unreasonable of a goal. Like if doing a Survivor Man challenge and going for that's pretty rough, but doable. But honestly, like if you set up the cake making as one of the earlier processes, I'm being very relative on early in this case. How full is that building, by the way? Okay, so 65,000 liters is the bakery maxed out. So if we put in as much flour as we did... Well, actually, we got rid of an entire flatbed full of flour in like a half to make the cedar work. So literally, if I hadn't sold that, we would have maxed out the bakery and then sold that flour anyways, because it would just be flour sitting around with no purpose. Because we're producing more flour than we're using. But it doesn't... I don't think it makes sense for me to make a second bakery. I also don't want to, because it feels weird. Like, I'm in what is supposed to be at some point, like this little rural town we haven't quite built yet. And having 2 bakeries and no other businesses that actually, produce stuff for the town feels weird. Because I am planning on, like, making this actually kind of a cool city over time. That's at least what we're thinking. $4,000 repair bill. Yeah. Feels great to have a worn-out tractor. Is there anything on sale, by the way? Oh, it's a slurry distributor. I was like, what are you? I don't need that yet. Okay. Well, actually, so we're being fair. After our repair and gas costs, so we've actually technically gone down about 10,000 bucks from... No, actually, because it wouldn't be fair to go with that. Because we had just finished harvesting on the last one versus putting all the plants already in the ground. So I was going to put those plants in the ground. But if you're selling the excess flour, why not think about doing starting another crop in our production line? That's definitely a possibility. But then I also still have the granary just sitting there doing nothing. And, you know, that already is a production line to make the flour. I do think when I start the next tile, I'm probably going to put down canola, because I'll be able to use all the equipment I already own now. And then we can get the, what is it, like the oil press or whatever the heck the building's called, to turn the canola into oil to start my next production line. And sure, there's going to be better production lines than canola oil, but not that don't require me to buy a bunch of extra equipment. Because, like, literally I can just use the stuff I've got. Do I have... 1 second. Oh, you've got like a full up. All right. I was like, do I actually have anything by the greenhouse to sell? I was like, oh, I actually do. Doesn't the bakery make cakes? The bakery does make cakes, but I gotta get milk, eggs, strawberries I have, flour I have, sugar, and there's one more. Butter. So I need cows, chickens, I believe two of those products are both from cows, the butter and the milk. I have to look at it again because I know I just said it and my brain's like, what do I need again? Yeah, so I need cows and milk, or sorry, I need cows, chickens, which means I need grass. I don't know what else cows and chickens need. Some of the animals can eat a lot of stuff. Some of the animals have very restricted, they must eat this. And I don't remember which ones are which. Could be goat butter. I don't think so, but maybe, I don't know. I haven't ever made it before. But that would imply I would need to first get all the stuff I need to set up for being able to do grass. At a minimum, that'd be 12,000 for the cheapest mower. And actually, I take that back. We're already really, you know what? I could start sheep now. Like, literally right now, I could start sheep. Like, today, in-game, we could start sheep. Because I need $26,000 for the sheep pen. I buy the 2 sheep, and I've got literally everything else I need. I've got water and I've got grass. So we could absolutely make sheep happen now. That doesn't give me what I need for making cake, but for taking care of animals, it's done. So that would be a 0 increase in what I have to do. I mean, a 0 increase in like a whole bunch of stuff. The only thing I gotta get is the mower. That's the only thing I have to get is the actual mower attachment. I could also potentially get the thing that sweeps stuff together. Was a harrower, which is probably what I'd realistically do. Is I'd get the mower and a harrower. So that way I could just sweep it in a line. Then I'd go back to the foraging wagon and then take it to sheep, drop it off, get the water, drop it off. Okay. I think I have my next investment. This has been a really productive stream. We'll double check all that stuff. I'm going to also check what the cows need. So if we were to go into animals and we were to go to sheep, sheep just need either, actually, so they either need grass or hay and water. What do sheep make? You never ventured into animals? They make wool, I believe. The cows, so I don't know if the cows need all of these things or any of these things. That's one of the things it doesn't tell me. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And we actually just hit our follower goal of 6,000 followers on our channel. So that's a major milestone. I should have had something planned, but I don't know. Am I gonna play Cafe Sim one day? New sim coming out? I probably will at some point. I haven't checked them out. Pigs can eat just about anything. The sheep, it's either or. They use one of those? Okay, so you only need one. Alright, so you need grains, which I could literally take wheat and feed the chickens. Oh man, I could actually do a lot of the animals right now. Actually, I could do the sheep right now. I could afford to do the sheep right now. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a very big one here. But we could do like the little tiny one there. Do we say, I think we just do the tiny one for now. Yeah, 6,000 for the chicken. And a bit more for the sheep. I want to do the sheep over here, I think. Which I can't go out there. So there's our sheep. I'm glad it bad. For a moment I had to be like, is this a mod? Let's check. Make sure. Okay, so there's no mods. There is mods for chicken, but we're not going to use... Oh no, that's not the mod. That's literally an official expansion. Okay. So we've got both a coop. We got both stuff for the sheep. Oh, I can't do the chickens. No, yeah, I can. I can just wait for the wheat. So we cannot buy the chickens yet. That is the thing we need to do later. I cannot buy the chickens yet because I have to wait for this to grow. That's fine. What we can do though is I need to go. I just realized I spent too much money. If I delete that right now, can I mulligan it and get most of my money back? Yes, I can literally get the full amount back. No chickens yet. We're not ready for the chickens. I wanted to, well, actually, so the problem is the chickens don't do me any good until I have all the other ingredients for, well, actually, I mean, either way. So I can get my money right back right now. Yeah, so I mean, I'm actually losing a tiny little bit. Okay. So I lose a tiny little bit because we flattened the land, but that's nothing. That's a rounding error. So we can get the chickens now. The cows we can't afford. The horses we can't afford. We can get pigs and they will eat pretty much anything we throw in there. We can get the sheep as one option, or the chickens. The chickens, I can buy the feed, but I'm sure it's going to cut heavily into my profit margins if I go that route. But we could take our wheat and put it over there. I feel like I'm going for the sheep. I'm going for the sheep. That's what we're doing. Yeah, so it literally won't cost me a dime more. Just put it right back where it was. I'm doing the sheep. Final answer. So we have sheep. And now what I'm doing is we are going here and we're getting this header to start getting grass. So that's, or we wait. It's curious why that one. Oh, that one's faster and wider but cheaper? It's sure. .2 meters, 3.4 meters. All right, we could save a little bit. You can sell wool from sheep, right? Yeah, that's the plan. So like it's money. I keep going back because so like the chickens are aligned with my production line, but I will not be able to set up the like the bakery. It's going to take a long time to get everything we want. But this is getting us into another production line. So we have 3.4 meters at a 13 miles per hour. That's probably the best we can get right now. How much is 2 sheep? Probably like $2,000-3,000. As you seen folks talking about 2025, what are they gonna do? Is my question. Did they actually announce that that's happening, or is that people speculating that it's gonna be coming out? That's the thing. I haven't seen anyone, do that. You want? Wait, am I missing something? Oh, right, because you'd have the middle mower on the front because the big back mowers. Anything on sale? Nah, not that helps. Is there a production line for processing animal meat? Not that I'm aware of. There could be. I haven't messed around with it. I mean, we could actually check real fast. We go production, construction, production. We have biogas, bakery, carpenter, dairy, grain mill, spinnery, sugar mill, tailor shop, cereal factory, oil mill, grape processing, and then these are duplications. Barrel factory, furniture factory, flooring factory, iron furnace, a mine shaft, paper factory, pet accessories factory, art accessories factory, shingle factory, wood turner, sawmill. You have another bakery, potato processing plant, preserved food factory, which is veggies, soup factory, which is veggies, another spinnery, another sawmill, a lime. Oh, that's mod stuff. Yeah, so there's nothing around that. They added a lot since you last played. Yep. So aging animals is a thing. I don't believe so. It sounds like you need to buy the DLC. Oh, there's a lot of fun stuff. A lot of fun. Like the production lines is like where a lot of the magic happens. All right, so let's go in here. I need to get a thing for mowing. Now, I can get this one, and it seems to be the best one so far. As it gives me only 3.2 meters. Not amazing. No, I'm sorry. We'll get this one. 3.4 meters. I can go at a relatively fast speed. My big tractor can handle it without any sweat. Later on, I'll be able to get that one in the back, and it'll make it so I have 9.4. So the thing you gotta watch about these back ones is they don't mow the middle, they mow the two sides. So the idea is you go by with this in the front, that in the back, so you mow the entire 9.4. And that ends up being very useful. Right now I can't afford it, so this is what we're getting. And let's see how much a sheep costs. My guess is a sheep is going to cost us somewhere in the area of like 2,000 each. Would be my guess, like 2,000 each for like a lamb, I should say. Oh, that's super cheap. Okay. Alright, so a sheep will produce wool, which can be sold directly to the processing or processed farther. Sheep will eat grass and hay. Additionally, they require water. This is a lamb. Animals that are healthy and older than 8 months can reproduce. So we can get 2 of these sheep. Oh, this is a baby, this is an adult. They don't give me any information. Do they all produce at the same rate? Okay. I have no idea. I think I'm gonna get the Stein shaft. I don't know how much food they need yet, so we're gonna get 2. Yes. Okay. So are they actually in their pen now? How does this work? It might be one of those things like go to the pen and we figure it out from there. Here we go. Oh. It literally just works like a factory. I just put grass and water in and then sheep has it. Yeah, now the thing is, video game, it probably just choose your adventure. Yeah, so if you're looking to get the DLC, if you haven't bought the game yet, the premium edition of the game comes with pretty close to everything. That's the premium edition, not the premium DLC. These are different things. Why they're different things, I don't know, because it's confusing. That's my best guess. But the premium edition comes with both of the Year 1 and Year 2 Season Pass, which comes with basically everything. If you already own the game, you can buy the Year 1 and Year 2 Season Pass to fill in whatever you're missing. About the only things missing from that is like 1 or 2 tractor packs, which just add more tractors. And there is a, don't you need male and female? They didn't specify the gender. Like there was no mention of the gender at all. It was just what breed. Where? There you are. Because I also don't think it's particularly that important for the purpose of the game. I also don't know if it's a thing that if we don't feed them, if the game just like, they don't produce, like just treat it like a factory. Or if it's those things that they straight up die. We're gonna have to fill up the water. I did not leave myself much money. We'll end up having to just sell a bunch of stuff. Where do I have to fill this up? Question mark? Where's the magic spot? That is the water icon. I have water. I have 80,000 liters of it. Something tells me that's plenty for some sheep. Am I too close, maybe? You think the water is automatic for sheep? That would be very weird. Oh, nope, there we go. Oh, they do not need much water. Excellent. We'll go ahead and drop about 3,200 water in each of these. Because I need to top them off, but I spent all my money. You're about to Google it. I was like, yeah, there's no way. They've got like a water icon there, so clearly I have to interact with it somehow. It's just figuring out the how. Because it'd be weird for them to be like, oh yeah, these sheep totally have a tap. That's actually one of the mods you can get that a whole lot of people get. Is like, it literally just adds a tap. Like just a faucet that you can use. And it's a place you can like fill up your water into cheap. Okay. I don't have the facilities, but you can get the facilities. I'm hitting the wrong buttons, don't mind me. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons, don't mind me. There we go. So I'm not going to try and like max out the amount of grass we're getting or anything. I'm literally just going to mow a little bit. Because I don't have a designated this is where I mow spot yet. But we're just going to mow and see what it takes to satisfy our sheep's hunger. Which means they'll never be satisfied, for sheep are incapable of satiation. They shall eat for all eternity. Let's change this. Well, let's just run up and down the road. Because I suspect 2 sheep probably don't use that much feed, but it will likely be a thing that we can get it probably pretty bulked up so far as what we put in here. You know, this seems perfectly fine. So we're at 10% on this, so that's 2,300 liters of grass. Let's see how much that actually clicks on there. Because I have no concept of what type of volume we're talking about need for grass and all that. But we will probably need to invest in actually getting a proper mower set up. So we'll do like one pass will have the 3 mower ends, and then the other pass will have just the we'll have the harrower in this. Oh, bouncing off the fence. That's perfectly fine. Okay, so I gotta figure out how this all works. I'm assuming I want to back this up here. Okay, so it did accept it all, but how much did that fill it? Okay. It almost filled it. It's probably got 2,500. Okay, so we basically filled it up already for today. So they're going to produce wool and all that once they hit adulthood. Right now they're little babby sheeps. So that's fine. Okay. You said it, sheep. You know what's up. Let's actually take this and park this over here. Does it tell me how much you use? It doesn't give me any information at all about how much sheep need for food to pass time. I don't know if that 2,300 liters is going to last us a year. I don't know if, like, tomorrow this year we'll be like, oh god, we're dying, we're starving. I have no context. What I do know is that we're to fill this thing up and just dump a mountain of grass in front of that thing, we would be able to sheep, we would be able to refill their thing all the time. You went to a meeting? Why do you have sheep now? Because we realized all I was missing was the mower blade, and then like the sheep themselves to be able to have sheep happen. So that's going to be another product I can get going with not a whole lot of effort, which is always a plus. When you just be like, here's 20,000, and then suddenly, very low effort, I can have more money coming in. Now, I have no concept of what kind of money I'm going to get out of the sheep, but we can sit there and then later on get the thing for making thread or whatever. And expand it. Yeah, so it set us back. It was like it was honestly probably close to 40,000 by the time it was all said and done. But, that's 40,000, and all I have to do is like one strip of grass to feed them. Cheap or slow? I mean, that's fine. As long as it's slow in their consumption of stuff, too. If it's just a passive income, I just throw some grass in there, and that's fine. Alright, so let's advance to the next day and see where we're at. Because it does say, I think it was like 8 seasons for them to become an adult, and then for them to have a baby sheep is like 6, or not 8 seasons, 8 in-game months, and then 6 in-game months to have a baby sheep once they're an adult. Okay, so how are we looking on that production line? So the sheep themselves, they ate about 20 liters. They ate nothing. They consumed 7 liters of water and ate like 20 liters of grass. Obviously, when they become adults and there's more of them, they're going to go through that as fast. But that is basically nothing. Their productivity is actually 100%. I didn't think being adolescent we would get any wool from there. Where does the wool show up? I didn't see an export point, did I? Hey, sheep? Hey, sheep? How does... Oh yeah, these sheep have... Those sheep don't have their tail cut off. Okay. Hey, a sheep? Buddy sheep? Sheep. How does one wool? You said it. I like that the game is actually talking back to me now. It's been a long time coming. One thing is also need to be doing. How is the price for bread still good? If we hurry, the price for bread is fine. This is the day it bottoms, but it's at the end of the day it reaches the bottom of the red line, so we're still very high up. I'm gonna grab this, and I'm gonna race over here real fast. I'm gonna grab the stuff in the greenhouse. We'll do another sale today while it's still relatively high, so that I have enough operating money to hopefully get through the next year. No, but seriously, sheep, where does your wool show up? Do I need like a sell point? Do I need to put down a separate thing? Because that's the way the bees work. Is the bees you put down the hive, but you need like a separate like drop-off point for their goods. That's fine. We can do like the tenuous 45 degrees sideways thing. You just think it spawns in front of the pen? Interesting. Hopefully with enough space to do stuff. Because most of them, they'll have like a little outlined area. It's like, this is where it goes. Bees are fun when you can set up to collect where it works best for you. Yeah. They don't bring in a lot of money, but it is, you literally do nothing, and they just make money appear out of the vapor, the ether. So we'll wait to see when we actually have, because it'll be 1,000 liters of wool or something will be a thing. I heard they make your crops yield more. Yeah, that was my understanding, was the canola and sunflowers that they there's a mutual benefit that you get more honey when they're around those, and they give you a slightly higher crop yield. I don't know how much more, if it's like 5, 10, 25, I have no idea. But that was what I had been told, is that there's a mutual benefit. That, you know, with the fertilizer you can hit 100%, it doesn't really think. What's the price of wool? We'll check that here in just a minute. Hey, Kid and Karma, how's it going? How long are you streaming for tonight? We're actually going to be wrapping up very soon. So let's see. Wool. There's clothes. There's fabric. Wool is 1,200. Like, about 1,200 at peak. And it peaks at April and May, so I have something that's now on the other part of the year. Which is nice. So that where I have, like, everything else wants me to sell in, like, January, February, now I've got something that wants to sell April and May. So that'll be a nice way of kind of, instead of all of my income slapping at one big time, when I go and I do those purchases, I go, oh man, I need just a little bit more money. I have some stuff that's staggered out a little bit more. Which would be really, like, that would be the dream, is to have it so, like, each month, like, each in-game season, I have, like, a couple things to do here and there, and I get paid, you know, here and there. So that way, instead of, you know, nothing, 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 everything, nothing, 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 everything. Or, like, right now when it comes to work, it's like, fast forward through several months with nothing to do, you know, bust your butt an entire in-game day and barely make it through. Like, it'd be good to have it nice and steady where we just keep things rolling. Alright, so we're good here. Let's go ahead and park this back up. So yeah, that's the last time you sell any of that. For right now, that is. Not till next season. Oh, let's go ahead and attach that again. Meanwhile, I'm going to need to top off the water in these greenhouses. How are the greenhouses? You're probably low, aren't you? No, you're actually in pretty okay shape. We're completely out of flour there. The flour is in the bakery doing its thing. The sheep are sheeping. Is this map part of the game or an add-on? This is a mod. It is the No Man's Land map, modded map. Alright, FG. You have yourself a good stream and all that later. So, thank you so much for hanging out on it. I do appreciate it. Okay, I'm expecting this to go faster. And we're just going to snooze that ad so we don't have to deal with that. Nope, I didn't need to do this, because what we could do is we can go like this, and we could fill up our water as we empty our tank at the same time. Now, this is the small sheep pen. Odds are, like, later on I'm going to want to get a big one. But I think for this run, today has been an amazingly productive stream. We've set up where we can do mowing. I don't plan on just mowing the grass to make the extra money. If I were to mow all the areas around my fields, I probably would get... What would you think? Maybe 8,000-10,000 per year? Because for a whole tile, you can make a good, like, 16,000-24,000 of just grass. Not any extra process, just, like, literally drag grass, bring it home. But I have a whole bunch of fields and buildings and all sorts of garbage in the way. So that's massively cutting into the total. So I'd guess, like, 8,000 if I were to mow the grass. I'm not going to put in the effort because I don't want to. Very genuine, I don't want to. But for the sheep, I can put in that little teeny tiny effort to get 10% of that thing full, and that's just about enough to completely fill them up for multiple months. So I can run through and just do the quick grass drop, and that's solid. Now, if I get another tile, I might set aside a space for it. Right now, I don't really have a good reason to like mow a whole bunch. Because what I'll do is, if I get a new tile, I'm going to make an actual field. I'm going to put an actual crop down there, and I'm going to get more money for it. Because I could feed it into my production lines. But I could see potentially putting some stuff down and, like, like one, I can put down like some pretty large fields to supplement where I've already got my grains to keep more flour popping in. Because if I can get a bunch of surplus flour, the flour will be worth more than the like oats or whatever to begin with. The other alternative in how I can approach that is I could put down canola or sunflower, probably canola because that requires the same equipment, but I could put down canola and all that. I would like to get a screenshot with the both of you. For when I go, why am I... Yeah. Good enough. That way I go to do that. Yep, we got cute baby sheeps. You said it. Yeah, so they're not old enough to make more baby sheeps because they're baby sheeps. But yeah, so what I'm saying is the way this has gone, we've got our greenhouses. The things we got this stream is we got sheep. We got a mower, so we can use our forager thing to feed the sheep, as well as we chose to do grass for some reason. Like, if I was desperate, worried, like, oh no, I need like 1,000 more, we've got that. We got the bigger seeder and its extra tank. So we're doubled the speed that we can seed fields now. So we got a lot hecking done this stream, so far as our progression goes. Did you name them? Can you name them? I don't think you can name them. No, it just has, like, the breed of sheep. There's no, like, selecting the individual ones or anything like that. That's fine. The sheep look like they're not going to barely touch their food or water. So it could be one of those things that I just ignore them for, like, the full year. And then I finally have to top them off and grab their wool and sell it. But yeah, so we did good. We didn't quite get to the point of harvesting a field, but we got like the mower, we sold a bunch of our hay, we got sheep, we got a better seeder. We're broke, but it was a good stream for for just solid progression. So that's all fantastic. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is, before I forget, I'm going to hit the save button and I'm going to hit the quit button. And for all of you over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, because I'm going to be ending the stream for those of you on YouTube and TikTok, because that's what I need to do. But don't go anywhere if you are on Twitch, because what's going to happen on Twitch is we're going to go raid someone.